Ooh, right, what am I doing? Good morning, people. Hello, Flopson, Ali, Deluxe, November. Username was taken 1403. That's a good name. I like that. Right. So right off the bat, let's just get into it. Heretics, Wolves. So Wolves ban Haven as expected. Heretics is best map by far, and then Heretics ban split. So like I think it would be interesting if right now Pansy was on stream to discuss this, because I think that like EMA in general now has this thing where like we shouldn't be allowed to play pro, but the thing is that Heretics are so bad at split that they would have just lost on split immediately. So I actually don't mind the veto personally. Like I know that you could probably say that they got smashed by Paper Rex the day before, but I don't think it was a map thing. I think that they played a terrible comp, or a comp they didn't really know how to play, and then generally just got smashed on both maps. And then Paper X the next day lost on Icebox anyway. Like I think they just looked bad. So I wouldn't really call it a veto thing. And if they did go to split, I don't know what they'd do on split, to be honest with you. Like the split is the best map for double duelist, which is what they're comfortable with right now. And they got 13 forward by Fnatic. They couldn't even beat Giant X, and they barely beat Apex. So I think their split's probably worse than their pro. So I actually like, it's funny that like I'm basically flaming them, but at the same time kind of giving them an out here. Like I know EMEA suck at pro, but I'd rather go into a game with this than with than this, to be honest with you. Wolves split look good against Sen as well. I mean, if that's the case, then it's kind of GG, right? Like you can't really. Wolves picked split. I mean, of course, yeah. And there's not a chance in France that they could leave split open. Yeah, so I don't mind the veto at all. I think I'd very easily have a good argument with anyone saying that Heretics' veto here was shit. I think their map pool shit. I don't think their veto is shit. Yeah. Then ban Sunset, Heretics banned, Icebox Ascent remains. Fine. Fine. Okay, alright, let's just get into the VOD. Map 1 Pro. One thing I'm thinking about is, so Heretics floating
I mean, they're gonna have to. Pearl, we saw how they played just a couple days ago.
Their old comp. Wolves playing Chamber Vice, which again is what I said in this meta will end up happening a bit, especially on Pro. I think Pro is one of the maps where this is going to start getting some popularity. It's very strong.
I believe again. I believe again. Yeah, I'm back. We're so back, baby. Oh, and Rian's on the Sova.
We believe again. Little did she know.
I'm really excited to see kind of like a bait and switch between the Yoru and the Chamber on Wolves' side. We've seen G2 with Wolves.
If you look at the tier list that fans and the analysts and everybody was for Heretics, if they're going to get them.
Round 1. I'm almost more interested in watching Wolves, honestly. But am I? I think part of me needs to be watching Heretics here to get ready for broadcast for stage 2 and understand why Heretics are losing. But then part of me needs to watch Wolves so that for the stream, I can continue watching Wolves. I can always go back and do my homework on Heretics. So maybe... But then in the moment, it's kind of cool if I did have a hot take about how Heretics are playing. So I'm not sure who I'm going to watch more. I think I might watch defense more just because they're in the tournament still. And then I'll come back and answer the question, why do Heretics suck at a different point? Hello, Fatu. I'm good. I'm a bit tired, but I'm good. I got a bit of a busier day. So a mid push out from Wolves. Mid push out from Wolves, which just basically forces Heretics into their exec on A. So what I want to see from Heretics here is Wolves control art, and they're gonna go and control CT contain when they rotate. So what are Heretics gonna do in this post plant? They're gonna get this site. Do they push further here, or do they push further here? I generally prefer the pushing this way, but the problem is they're not gonna have time to do it, and they're already kind of consolidated on art. So we'll see. They're smoking this off, so I would presume that they're planning on doing this. I hope they plant for it. Although they're reconning behind the smoke. Okay. I mean, Lysar is playing badly. Okay, Wolves aren't... round 1, I'm already thinking Wolves aren't amazing. I think that in this situation, like a good team would realize that we are playing retake A. This player, there's no responsibility on him whatsoever to flood in and try and get a kill. We want to keep as many people alive here as possible. This is just a risk that he doesn't need to take. Retaking A isn't that difficult. We have art control, and we're going to get soft control of art naturally because it's so hard for them to actually push CT and do much. Like, Heretics might control this part of CT, but they can't control deeper. So to me, this is a big mistake from Lysor. Lysor. Yeah, this is the kind of shit I like to call out, honestly. Like, I would, like, if a player did this, and I would be VOD reviewing immediately and being like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? But the thing is that most coaches don't do this kind of work, I don't think. Like, most coaches probably don't know that this is maybe bad. Like, because they don't think in terms of macro like this. So their style is to just flood it, I guess. Flood no matter what. Like the teams that flood no matter what are generally not trophy winning teams. But they flood and they win Angels, so it's fine. It's fine. How do they actually win those Angels though? MIBR, okay. They win Angels. Like this isn't strategic Valorant at all. They've flooded the site. Like it looks like Wolves' style is flooding sites. It's an annoying style to play against if you're a team that like, if you are more like Heretics kind of team, I guess. Like it could be a win condition. But if you don't panic and you know a team is going to flood against you every time, you just clean up, honestly. What it means though for the future of Wolves in this tournament is it's like how do I explain it? It's like, are Wolves a good enough team to win without doing those risky plays? And the answer, I presume, is no. So maybe it is worth them just doing stupid plays. Like, unfortunately. But if I saw G2 doing plays like that, I'd be scolding them. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck are G2 doing? So yeah.
He was unafraid. I saw him just going in whenever his team called for him to make that play, to be that guy, to go in and maybe even just die for the cause. He was ready.
Do you think Neon instead of Jet will be better? I wouldn't think about it that way. It's not Neon. It's Neon versus Raze, and it's Yoru versus Jet. And then there are some instances where you're looking at like the difference between these agents. You know what I mean? Only sometimes it interacts. If you're talking about this map specifically, Yoru is my answer.
Once again, stepping in there.
Who do I think is going to win Masters? Slicky focused on the B Vice wall a lot early. I mean, honestly, this is a terrible wall. this is terrible. It's not good. If this wall stays up and is not broken, then I might leave. If this wall stays up and isn't broken, I might leave. I like them. Okay, the way to explain this kind of wall is it's almost like an anti-strat where you're saying that we don't think that heretics are ever gonna go B and we could just stack A, right? I wouldn't start the game at 1-0 on an anti-eco throwing out this wall. If you give this away on your anti-eco round where you're supposed to win against classics anyway, then Boo should see this and be like, bro, they're deep walling B. We're gonna have to go just check that they're not doing this stupid shit to us. Whereas, like, if they did this in, like, the next round or the round after, it would actually make sense. Like, you don't want to give away, like, a game plan idea like this on your anti-eco round. But do heretics even notice it? I mean, they're danger pinging it. No, I don't think they know. I don't think they know. I don't think they know. Unless they're letting it stay alive just because they know they're going to do it next round. Isn't it a decent wall if the idea is to get the enemy to default, then you could chamber B long and vice a later round? No. No. I don't think. Like, I think it's much better to have the wall here and to play a system with your chamber where your chamber is either in front of it or behind it. I don't think that it makes sense to have the wall as deep as this. What does that do? What does this wall do that this wall doesn't do? All this wall does to me is it's easier to break for the attack side. Like, this wall is actually quite hard for attack to break. They actually have to walk all the way up here, scale up, and then break it. And then if they want to rotate, they have to rotate all the way back. Like, to me, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see value in this wall. It's a gimmick wall. Earlier info. It's earlier info, but there's not a chance that you shouldn't be looking at this line anyway. Like, okay, I'll present it to you this way. This wall is a gimmick wall. This is the equivalent of having a camera deep into a place. So let me show you. The equivalent of this vice wall to me is when people on Haven put the camera here. Because the other team isn't defaulting towards C, they're defaulting towards A or mid, and they just don't realize this camera exists. It's a gimmick. It's basically you're saying that the other team is, you're almost saying the other team's so bad that they're not gonna break this camera, and then we can play 4 like here. And that's basically what this wall is doing. It's basically saying we don't think you're gonna break it, and therefore we can rotate. That's the equivalent I would give. And I don't think I'm gonna keep arguing about this. I think I'll just leave it there, as that's my analysis on it. If it stays up for the next few rounds, then Wolves did a very good job spotting a tendency of heretics to not scale B long appropriately.
And you got a little bit extra vice utility there to back up the Astra if this execute does come through this direction. So it is going to be a little bit.
Do you think there'll be roster changes on heretics? Probably not. I don't see. Like, realistically, who would they change? It's, like, difficult. Like, Benji's been struggling more, but, like, Benji's such a good person to have in your team. Miniboo's hot and cold, and his brother's on the team. And, like, there seems to be a genuine effort to make Miniboo, like, good in the team. Rian's is Rian's. And Woot is, like, if you got rid of Woot, it's like you're getting rid of someone who will go to a different team and destroy you. And then Boo is the IGL. You're not getting rid of Boo.
Along with that Astra, of course.
Looking for the flick attempt there, unable to find it. Just going to be a little bit of info.
That this double ejection.
Sorry, so it's just an eco round, so I don't really want to break it down too much. I mean, this time Wolves playing a bit more of a backside, just confident backside hold. Like none of this flooding nonsense, just containing the pit. Oh man, the shots are quite nice.
You know, I had a chance to talk with Fade a little bit today before the match, and asked him how he felt. He was super confident coming in today. The one player he mentioned was Lysor.
So they are using the wall
This is a guy
deep.
who has experience on the big stage. We need him to step up more.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I don't think the wall is that big. I don't think it's that good. I think it's fine. But now they're even using the wall as, like, they're not using it to leave. Actually. I still don't love it, but I guess what they're doing is this guy can take contact and he can now leave, and then they have the deep wall behind him. This wall is very bad if a team just defaults B accordingly. It's a very good game plan against teams that do not default B long very well. And Heretics, especially with the comp they have, probably won't default long B that well. So I quite like it from a game plan perspective. As a thing that they do in their playbook for every match, it's not very good. It wouldn't be very good. If they do this the next game, and the other team just defaults B long, they lose the game pretty much.
It's the only fair. Bucky in hand for Spring. He's holding close over at A. And Juicy hits the one tap.
That's a bit of a mistake from Boo, I'm not gonna lie. This round, you know the economy situation of the attack, and you just straight up gift a one-on-one to the like player who's got a gun that can beat you at this range easily.
And Juicy hits the one tap. Goodness. Guardian just absolutely obliterate Boo.
And then we're forced into an A main exec again.
Cage to slowly drift across over towards R. Spring pushes
Which
forward,
isn't the best place on the map to exec.
with the spray. He'll be able to connect. This is still already so much damage. Don't haven't made their way into the site quite just yet. Wood's still packed up. Only 65 health behind. Thrown over the top.
I mean,
Just get the dart though, so can't just try to go for the wall back shot here. Now Myers flashes into the
it's
face.
just
Fight
over.
forward, you're getting the site. Mitch thinking about this flank, but now has his eyes turned back to the site itself. While you arriving doesn't hit the shot, but they consistently have to have heads on swivels. Slicer on the quick peek, finished off with Juicy, gets fishy. And Wolves are about to get themselves.
Bro, it's just over. That pick was everything. That opening pick was the round. Like, it's over. They're 4-0 down already. Is there something to be said about this nonsense though? Where like when you go 0-2, like it feels so fucking ass, man. Being 0-2 down, and then if you lose that next round, you're so fucked. It feels like there is something that should be fixed about this early momentum in games. Like, I'm not excusing Heretics at all for losing that round, but it does feel a little bit RNG momentum me when that happens.
Basically trapped in here at the moment. Wall does get popped by Rienz.
Because now, like, look as well, like, technically speaking, I mean, I guess there's ults coming up for Heretics too. But then we're in ult situations already. So, like, we've lost one legit gun round, kind of. And then we're going to be against ults. It's kind of rough.
But I like this from Wolves. They're just giving this up.
Not if you get good. Yeah, but, okay, like, but... I don't know how to explain it, but, like, wouldn't you rather less randomness in Valorant? Wouldn't you rather more equal gun rounds? I'd rather to see both teams playing with guns. The economy situation on the third round of the game is so brittle, is basically what I'm saying, which creates more randomness in the game. When the eco's like G2, that's probably a very valid reason as to why G2 buy the stingers up.
A bit more inclined to do so. Fishy though, yeah, right through the corner. There at alley, gonna be Taken down low and okay, push coming through. That's gonna
It's
be
like we get very
great.
few just like gun rounds that aren't impacted by big ults too. Like half your gun rounds end up being ult rounds anyway, because the other team has ults and you have ults.
Nebula, however, dissipating.
I mean, most teams don't even think about it, I don't think, but...
Across the map, and now
Sorry, so we'll end up having a B split through... So I mean, I like with the low buy guns going aggressive around middle, because it is a place on the map that's quite nice to get close and dangerous with. But if their genuine strategies can be to continue doing B splits, like I don't think it's a good use of their comp. Like they should just be diving out of B main.
We're obviously hearing that. Let's get pinged out. Let's get taken down. MIBR with a very nice headshot. No punishment come through.
Even like this chamber, even this chamber trip's quite aggressive. Like putting forward util up on with this comp
Two players from Wolves needing to run
is
all the way across
and then the other team just doesn't break it. It's like you're living the dream. So last round Vice did get spotted with the B long wall, so they stopped doing it now. And they do a weird art wall. This wall's kind of ass. I don't think this wall is this wall good? It's not, I don't think it's great. I'll have to see how they use it, but it doesn't allow a chamber to play around it. It doesn't let anyone really. It doesn't really allow anyone to play around it. It opens up the possibility here. The only thing is like if it, and then heretics haven't shown that they go this way. So like the. So essentially, it's just late information on an art exec. I say remove all guns apart from Vandal, make it $1. I mean, I'm not being that guy. At no point, like I'm not being that guy. I think the abilities and the gun variation's good. I just think specifically on the third round of the game, the economy situation is too brittle. That's a nice ult into heaven.
No one here to clear this out for him, so we'll just go for a bit of a timing peek before the quick exit. Back around the corner, Hunter's Fury going to be lobbed in to try to get the track.
And this technically should be the easiest B exec that heretics get, because. But the nice thing is that the Astra. Look how quick Astra is. So they just recon A, no nothing's A. They're already rotating to B, and by the time that heretics get to B, there are 3 people B. So Wolves are in time with 3.5 people. 4 people now. By the time that they get past this smoke, there's 4 people B. So one thing heretics maybe need to look at doing is need to put some pressure on the map before going into their strats. Like this reveal on A meant there's 4 people B by the time that they actually exec. They're also not playing with the tempo of how do I explain it? Like I like the all-ins on B, but ultimately they haven't conditioned the map at all to make Wolves do anything but rotate forward to B. So then there's just 4B. And still the trades come in because B is a pretty good place to go. I don't think people realize it. So the strat was good enough. Okay, so despite the fact that first 4 people B, heretics are good enough to deal with it. But I do think they should be slightly sneakier on some of those attempts. Like I like the fact that they're all inning with their ult and making it simple. But the thing I didn't like was, you know, not making any pressure towards A main, not breaking the reveal. Giving Wolves some very easy rotations. Rotation decisions, I guess. Is this a rewatch party? I guess you could call it a rewatch party. I usually call them VOD reviews, but rewatch party is pretty good. Is Chamber on Pro worth a slot instead of a second initiator or controller? The specific combination of Chamber and Vice is very strong. I just don't think a lot of teams are very good at actually understanding why this was like the thing that G2 decided on. I don't play the combination very well, and despite not playing the combination very well, it still gets a lot of value. So I give the comp a big tick, because even in situations where they're not playing it almost like very smart, they still look good.
You have a dimensional drift and a cosmic divide of their own.
And back to this deep B long wall. The heretics are fucked. Like, I really don't like this wall at all, but
Main control established in a spot there. Onto Spring.
I mean, like I just said, B side of the map is where teams lack executes on. Like, for some reason they don't execute B when they should be. Like we just saw last round. Like, I know it was a Euro ult into heaven, but there was 4 defenders on B and they still didn't hold. And now we're in a situation where Lysor is about to rotate off of B, so we have 0 players B because of this wall. On the side of the map that is hard to hold. Like, something has gone wrong if you're playing 0 players on the side of the map that is the hardest to hold. And yet, it still looks right. Like, because of this. It's real dumb shit. I would hope that they do get Wolves get punished for this, and if they go into the next game doing this with 5 players like off of B, they won't win the next pro game if they do that.
Try to isolate YU again and try to punish him. Worked in the previous.
It's like not going A on Icebox every raid. It's a little bit like that, to be fair. It's a little bit. It's not as egregious. And on Icebox, you still need to default out a little bit. And on Pro, I think that, you know, there is opportunity to default out a little bit. But hey, Command, how you doing, bro?
It's an angle that you can find to really start pushing the Wolves' buttons a bit. But instead,
that's the Sliggy Pro comp back in January. Are we talking about? Is it? I know he'll want Chamber. I don't know if he'd had Vice.
they're going to set up for an A crunch.
Are teams stupid enough to repeat their same mistakes next game? Yes, because they don't know if they're mistakes. A lot of the things that I'm going to tell you are mistakes. A lot of teams don't realize that they are mistakes. Why is it that EMA is still so much behind on Pro? I mean, the joke I gave to Sliggy was because Fnatic weren't good at Pro.
On this. Here comes the dimensional drift from Juicy. Just saw the back.
Spotting out the 2 players. The others getting ready to
why are not good at Pro? I mean, just look at what Heretics are doing. Number 1, I don't think there's many good teams on Pro. Like, if I came back to coach an EMEA team, I would immediately make sure Pro was one of the maps we could play, because EMEA suck at it, and so we would probably get to go to global events. Based on having like an actual 7 map pool, maybe. But yeah, I don't think globally it's like that a map that's like played that well. It's like good, but it's not, you know, the amount of shit that we see where like teams just leave a player here and then play 4 people here, to me is like way too much for me to think that like teams are doing a good job.
Just for a wallbang attempt as the plank gets ready to come through. Otherwise, it's just going to be providing audio here.
A rundown of Fade versus Sova. Fade is useful because you have 2 Prowlers, basically. Because you got 2 Prowlers, you can start your rounds with you know, you can start your rounds with Prowlers in positions, and then you can finish your rounds with Prowlers in positions, if that makes sense. So when you take, like, especially when you're taking towards middle of the map, that's when you're probably using your second Prowler for attack. The old school argument for Sova was that like droning B long was just really powerful at it getting rid of Ulpers. But I feel like there are still opportunities for Ulpers to just sit back and then just re-peek after drone anyway. So I guess it's like not that big a deal. Defensively, Fade is very good at playing around art and gives you constant art information with the Prowlers in a way that Sova cannot. The thing I really like about Sova on this map though is I just like the recons and the drone. I think the drone usage on defense is hard to get value from because you can't like sit back here and drone like A main like usual. But what you can do is like cross-map recons, which are pretty good in my opinion. Oh, 1 sec, I got a delivery, I think. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Hello. Okay, I'll come down. Thank you very much. Oh, I live on the 4th floor. There's a lot of stairs. Do you think TH Bomb might have the 20 because they couldn't adapt to the meta? Or because of confidence form issues? I would say there's two main ideas. Confidence, identity. I don't know if heretics know what their identity is. This was obvious. What is their identity? What is Woot's identity on this team? What's his role? I think, and then that stems into, it could be this way around, like map pool is forcing like weird identity issues where they don't know what to do, but their map pool's not good. Something's going wrong in their map pool. And I'm not sure if it's this way around or if it's this way around, if you know what I mean. But if your a strategic approach on a map is not the best, then maybe it looks like an identity issue. But if it's an identity issue, it might make your map pool not look good.
Ends up getting taken down.
Do you think Chinese teams getting way more time to prep is unfair? I think that I always put the blanket statement that what Pansy did was say that that there shouldn't be a time difference between the amount of time you have before a tournament or not. And then some of these third-party tournaments obviously make it more difficult, but that's kind of the team's choice.
Shots on the end, not quite going to connect. So out alive as the spike does get planted. That does give a player advantage even inside of Wolves. Wolf flash coming through, but Icewood is kind of pushed forward in front of the walls.
Hey, Murray.
Pieces. Springs Fat Baby do manage to bring this into a 2v2. Neural Theft getting the
I mean, you could say Heretics had no time to prep, but they had more time to prep than Paper Rex did. And Paper Rex, you know what I mean? So I would say that European teams, like a team like Heretics, if you give them more prep time, they will be better because they are a team that deals that comes up with good ideas. But yeah. How did Heretics allow Pro and Ascent? Well, they had to let Pro in because Split exists, and they would have lost on Split harder than they would have on Pearl. And then Ascent, they basically, I guess they just don't want Icebox. if they think that their Ascent is better than their Icebox. So I think it's a reasonable veto.
Behind the enemy Cosmic Divide, using it against them.
PRX had me.
Pushes forward now into the
I'm irrelevant.
Ticking away, dwindling it down. Looking to try to close this one. Boo, reading it perfectly that he's not sticking this at all.
The Icebox was nice. It was a close loss.
He will strike, takes the
See
second
PaperX losing like 13-5 the next day on it though.
Was going to be really annoying to deal with. Tried to spam on towards the spike there as well. But then, yeah, exactly. But then they're able to just kind of flood catch this. And now very close.
Pixel angle from
Opportunity to get very close.
Pixel angle from Boo.
Okay. So Heretics are back in it. They should be 4-3.
The maps just will
Hill.
This obsession with this nonsense though, I really hate this nonsense, man. Like, why would a double dive team need to go this way? Why can't you just dive on them? Just fucking send it.
works. So you got to be real careful. Take flight. You never know when one of them's just going to start walking up mid on you. 30 seconds left. Check.
Like, imagine there was guns now, so defense did something with the smoke, but I don't know what.
Get the spot there.
But imagine they just smoked that off. Oh, they weld it. They smoked that off from that moment, and then they had a Phantom right now.
Hill has been able to do so, but flash out, many just storms the site. That's why.
The thing is that a team like Wolves isn't going to have a protocol against that, to be fair.
The Nova back there.
But like any team that's good will have a protocol against a team going through B-Link.
Wolves trying to get
And you will
going
win.
on that chamber.
A bit of a reposition, but a heavy snap.
So Yoru setting up the chamber on the line and then they're going to rotate this way. I wish this wall was here right now, but we can't have everything in life.
Back towards this A side of the map for the Wolves, but
TP?
everybody right
Bro?
now from Heretics storming their way down.
Bro, he's taking a long time to TP.
Go ahead and ensure that this is cleared. Towards this A side of the map.
I'll be honest, that Wolves' setup's kind of bad. Starting 4 here, nobody's jump spotting this line, no information at all. Wolves are doing some bad stuff too.
For the Wolves, but everybody right now from Heretics storming.
If Wolves don't adjust and Heretics keep slamming B, Heretics will win this half.
Cleared out for them. Is everyone now having to back away? Double stack going to be noted here.
The only thing is that Heretics are only doing this because they have Euro ult. Do they have the balls to do this when they don't have Euro ult? The answer is they should, but will they?
It's going to be taken here by Mini Boop, but widely Heretics in firm control of the site. YU still checking around, lingering to try to see if there's a lurk, but just don't have the information that every one of the others is here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here. Avoid this nightfall. Beautiful.
I mean, but Benji Fishy, okay, gonna be caught off guard a little bit there, point blank. Nice work, able to
Okay.
get the kill.
I mean, Wolves do have full... Okay, they do have... Okay.
Rien's now
To give Wolves credit, they had 2 big ults to retake this B site with.
loaded up, but only gets the one pop off.
Still not my favorite round.
Down to 55, but Benji on here. Information that every one of the others is here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here.
We're not playing long though. We're playing 3 people per site.
Avoid this nightfall. Beautiful.
I think in this situation, what should have happened is I like that Miniboo was being aggressive here, but the ideal post plant for Heretics right here is Euro in elbow and then 4 long, I think, against the fade ult and the vice ult. And then the Euro styles in elbow and then just TPs out immediately once he gets into trouble. He goes for 1 kill in elbow and then TPs out and then you just play 5 people long. Cause yeah, I mean to be fair, the Vice ult came. Okay, the Vice ult came from a kill, so it's kind of bullshit, really.
Lingering to try to see if there's a lurk, but just don't have the information. Everyone
It's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here. Avoid this nightfall. Beautiful.
Yeah,
mean, but Benji Fishy, okay, gonna be caught off guard a little
it's
bit.
yeah. That kill was bullshit. To be honest with you, this wasn't macro strategic stuff. It was literally just Vice got an ult and ulted.
Shorty this time had shells loaded up, but only
So I do think that Heretics got a bit unlucky here.
Down. Here, you maybe leave one player close because
It's a nice reveal.
nightfall, and you got the Vice ult. Things up for the Wolves.
This is my
What happened to Heretics' Sunset? I don't think they were as good at Sunset as people think. I think they started the year very good with it. I think their Sunset was falling off. Like, this is very strong, right? This is looking good, looking good, looking good. We're looking sick. And they lost to Vitality twice. And this is not a good Vitality. Like, this isn't like a Vitality that's like road beaters, you know what I mean? Like, it's a decent Vitality, but it's not a Vitality that, like, you know what I mean? And then they almost lost to Lev. And then they lost to EDG 13-4. So, like, I don't think their Sunset was quite as strong at the tail end of the year. Sender and Runner catching strays.
Just the silent, calm stand-up.
Just letting them
Wait,
know.
are they catching strays? Who am I flaming there? I mean, let's be real. Sender was on the team because he's the IGL. Do. And then, like, the composition of the team is very much like Kix is also a supportive player. So you already have two players who are a little bit lower fragging, and then Kix is a supportive player. And then, like, that's why they did well when they changed Safe to Judas, because Safe was the one who could bring the firepower here with trucks.
You're not flustered at all. 3 rounds in a row, no problem. We're punching right back.
Do they need to change the roster, or should they stick? They should stick with the roster. They probably, if I'm Heretics, like, they will probably stick with the roster. I think there's an argument. The way I would look at it if I was working for Heretics would be, I would make an upgrade if there was an obvious upgrade. If there's an obvious upgrade. The problem is that I don't know. I think their scouting approach was very much based on like soft skills as well as fragging. And so I don't know. Yeah. Are they a team that knows what an obvious statistical anomaly is? I don't know. I don't know. I would not be changing Boo. If Heretics is on EWC, then they're not changing their roster. It's locked, right? It doesn't EWC mean that your roster's locked.
Going wide, but Juicy dead. That is a critical target found here for Heretics.
I think that I think if I'm Heretics as GM, I'm starting to look at options for the offseason.
Back by spawn, so for a little bit with Wolves against Sentinels, but Sentinels was doing a great job baiting out their
I don't think that they would reasonably change their roster now, and I don't think it's even possible.
So definitely need to see the Wolves maintain.
B still empty. Yeah. No defaulting on B long. The difference is here though that, like, at least there isn't a wall just telling them everything, but to be fair, they're not even having anyone watch B long anymore. Like, this is the problem with a lot of Pro for my liking. It's not an EMEA problem, it's a everyone problem. Apart from maybe G2 and T1 at Bangkok, is this just gets left like all the time, and no one exploits it. No one exploits this gap on the map. To be fair, they get a kill on A main, and then it doesn't matter that it's like open, I guess. But they're just waiting now for nothing. Like, can we do it? If we wait around too long and we don't do anything here, then I'm a bit confused. What are we waiting for?
Really giving them maintain. They're very close to another cosmic divide, and they're going to stack up for another A hit.
Well, luckily, defense goes into a 2-2 because of that freeze. So, to give them credit, they did kind of manipulate the rotations.
Has to make a quick exit with the rendezvous.
30 seconds left.
Just here on the opposite side, he can hear their movement.
But yeah, here it seems like Heretics in these situations too. I don't think they understand this so well either. I think in this situation, I might be being tough on them here. But like, I think in these situations, I would prefer to have this open a lot of the time. It depends how the other team plays. If the other team plays very heavy on the site, then going this way can be a bit of a disaster because you're then like splitting yourself between two things that are being full. But if the team's more likely to play like back here and in these spaces, I would just smoke them off and then start investigating art whilst we plant. Like I'd be diving in and just exploring art. The other big thing is that we're not getting rid of this trip. It's like we can't even, like they know we're not art too. It's...
Spike still down.
Going wide, but Juicy dead.
These A main defaults are the death of me sometimes. Like I don't think they really do enough on the map. Like they got a pick and they're just exiting from it, which I guess is logical. Okay, so their protocol instead of doing this stuff is to just go here every time. Like they're always gonna push further into the pit, which is fine. At least they're thinking about it. If that's their preference, then that's fine. Who's the weakest 2-0 team? Who are the 2-0 teams? Sen and who?
Really nice stuff. And Wolves, I think, need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, the Leo leaks are fake. Tamme's on the fraud watch list.
Pull the trigger. Way more experience. Be the one to get the troops back under control, so you don't have to burn that precious time out to do it. So really showing some faith in their team, showing some trust, and it is paying off.
Would I change Benji at this very moment? No.
Not necessarily something you're gonna pull out on rifle rounds unless things get a little bit wild. We'll see. Unless they have some kind of trickery up their sleeves.
Might be good for the entries when he's trying to clear out dugout.
Yeah.
Wolves good or TH bad? Wolves better than I thought, but still not great. TH, not great.
Definitely usable. Look at all this Vice util.
Like, there are things that Wolves are doing. Just by playing this comp alone is giving Wolves a massive, like, edge. Like, they're playing a good comp on this map. And then they came in with some weird prep early that was doing okay. And then things like as simple as this trip has not been broken the entire game. Like, they've had 2 pieces of util, Sentinel util this game that's not being broken. So, I mean... They're not being forced into making difficult decisions. Like, again, like... They have a line here. They have full info here. Sure, the attack could exec here. But who cares? Like, who cares? I mean, obviously, it's going to be slightly advantageous right now. Like, the best choice for the attack to exec towards this side of the map. But it's not that big a deal.
That's Juicy pushing up longs, made any contact with him. So
the dimensional further away than he might like, given that we look to see Heretics committing onto this site. Okay, just pop spring though. Wow. Pre-firing able to find Woot. It's the elimination.
So Heretics spend the first 40 seconds of the round just going A, and then 5-man group B. 50 seconds. So at no point did they push out, and then because they don't have any control of B long, they have to drone from this angle, which means that this Euro is never threatened. This drone essentially just tells us whether someone's here, and then who is spotting. And then no util used to actually deal with the pillar. I mean, Spring gets lucky spamming through the cage. But, yeah. My question for Heretics is why aren't they doing this? And can they not just go B long at the start of round sometimes? With some conditioning elsewhere? I don't know. These slow rounds where they just go A main heavy, I don't think make too much sense. Do you prefer better comps or putting your players on their most comfortable agent? That's a question that it's impossible to answer. Because obviously there are situations where the comfort levels are clearly too much. But honestly, I'm the kind of person that prefers better agents, better comps, because I've never been in a situation where either I've been very lucky and all of the players I've ever coached have been comfortable enough to play the agents I want from them, or we actually had a good enough system for people to play agents that we wanted from them. And I think it was a combination of both. I think we were lucky with the players that we had, but also our system made it as easy as possible for you to play the agent that we wanted you to play.
They're really talented. There's no doubt in my mind about the individual skill on this Wolves team. They are extremely fearsome. To get wide
We also, like, I'm very, like, happy with how we kind of, like, when Anders joined the team in 2021 for a bit, we kind of made Durka play Raze. We consolidated our roles a lot. And the fact that Durka could play Raze in 2021 alongside Jet, instead of what Americas did, where NA basically had this bastardized system where their Jet player wasn't their Raze player. Their Raze player was their Flex player, and their Jet player was just Jet player that then went to, like, Flex too. They had basically had 2 Flex players on the team. Whereas in EU in 2021, we started doing duelist players and then flex players who were separate. It meant that Durka's career, Durka had a long career, not just because he's skilled, but because he can actually play multiple agents.
yelling to boot, but Spring, the top fragger once again, is
Durka was very good on Yoru last year, yes. Durka was very good on Yoru. Durka had an iffy start last year. He wasn't the best player at the start of the year, but when it mattered, on the Yoru, wasn't he very strong? +7, +9, +10. Okay, -6. +15. -2. He was very good. This is global events against the best teams in the world. And he's like, what, +40, +30 or something? Should I watch how Wolves played the comp, or is it more TH mistakes? TLDR is Wolves aren't playing the comp particularly well, but they're playing the comp, so they got an edge. They started the game using a Woo here, and there have been several times where they were almost playing 0 people B and like 5 here because they had a deep wall. Heretics have not once broken this trip on Art, and they did not break this wall very much on B. So, like, when that happens, you lose the game. Heretics mostly, their best rounds so far have been Euro ulting into this Heaven and B execing. And then apart from that, they just be doing 1-1-3-A and just being obsessed over here. The B long control has not really come through for them early round or mid round. It's always been like a finishing place. It's not been the best, but to give Wolves credit, they generally have been pretty decent. Like, I mean, even like here, like they're playing off of their information correctly and stuff. I mean, they didn't start the round correctly, and they keep playing. If Heretics had just gone here a few more times, whilst conditioning A main a little bit, they probably would have been a lot better this game. And if they had just gone here a bit more, they would have been better this game.
Plenty of presence noted here. My ult is ready. As Hunter's Fury now going to be online with that orb take. Cosmic Divide available.
Like, even by the time that they're execing B, despite like Wolves literally having like 3 to 4 people this side of the map, they're execing B so slowly that they just got 5 people here.
Immediately, we've got Spring here playing forward in front of this one to try to find some kills.
But they're being a bit too, like, their comp is a double duelist comp, right? Like a double dive comp, so that they're going to be quite obvious where they go sometimes, but they can't be this obvious that there's 5 people on the site. Like, again, like a Vice wall has now been used deep again because they're too obvious. Like, I know this composition struggles at like spreading out and defaulting, but there needs to be a little bit of pressure being applied before they just group up an exec. I feel like if they group up an exec, we're seeing, or if they group an exec, they're going to have to be quicker than the rotations, and they're not being quicker than the rotations. So my suggestion would be, can we just not let a vice rule be put deep, and then they have 5 on the site that we have?
Angles in front.
Incredible.
One enemy remaining.
Available here for spring, as well as a dimensional drift.
Based on VOD watching, do you think that Wolves will Bilibili win? I actually don't know, to be honest with you. I've forgotten. I was mostly watching Sentinels when I watched Bilibili.
Ooh, shoot that baby. I'm asleep at the wheel a little bit. Woot finally pulls the trigger on this Blade Storm.
A main again.
Finds very good result.
That first takes
The Meteor Classic.
I like this from Juicy.
Gotta be more creative now that you only have one updraft. You can't go for the Meteor Classic.
He should just TP over it, right? Why wouldn't he TP over it?
Fury. Ooh, to be able to find a tag, Light Sword.
Oh, he was gonna ult anyway.
Shots
If I'm him, I would just ult. I wouldn't break this trip,
there.
I don't think.
Managed to stay alive. Mini boot. Right there on top. Tucks back. The dimensional
Yeah, Heretics are an A main obsessed team, is the TLDR.
Juicy flashing himself.
By the time they write A, look at what happened again. By the time they've got past this choke point, there's 5 people A. Like,
Trying to enter in towards Art. Just stomping around. Dead. The spray out from Spring
You can't
finds
do
him
that.
while you falls, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly he's just benching bitchy left.
one of the things in Europe I think that probably fucks over some of the European teams is that European teams won't rotate this hard sometimes. Like, the Euro would probably be stood here on this line, and we might have a player here or here, but we wouldn't rotate. We wouldn't have 5 across this quickly, I don't think.
Ooh, to be able to find a tag, Light Sword. Shots there. Does manage to stay alive, but Mini Rift is Juicy flashing himself. Out from Spring.
I mean, they were pretty slow. I guess one like thought experiment, like if I was to make like an algorithm or like AI to figure out who's good at pro, I'd probably try and make it count the amount of rounds in which the defense has one of these 2 spots for free every round, and how long they have one of these 2 spots for free the entire round, and then. Yeah, I think I'd probably do that. I don't think this spot is as important as this spot, technically. But if you let the defense sit here and here the entire round, then your pro is probably struggling.
That's what I was looking for. A little bit of trickery there, and up and over. Find that first kill.
My attention is more towards this B-sided one, though. I think there are ways to deal with this, because often this means that there's 3 here, and so if you did just rush B, you might be fine. It's more about like when one person just solo feels they could just hold this space for free the entire game, then you are fucked.
Way more difficult for the Wolves.
Gotta be more creative now that you only have one updraft. You can't go for the Meteor Classic. Hunter's Fury. Ooh, to be able to find a tag, Light Sword. Dodging the shots there. Does manage to stay alive, but Mini Boot.
I mean, the problem that we're talking about fakes with this comp is that they don't have much util. They only have one initiator, and it's a Sova. So it's not like they're gonna be able to take too much map control. They can't take a lot of the map without taking risks by contacting. So I don't think that like a game plan with this comp of taking a lot of space and faking is a good game plan. They can fake, but they're not going to have a lot of space to fake from. I think it's more about having a bit more of an early round spread where they're not just immediately losing to like fade reveals or to walls that are deep. And maybe and then going into something that's more explosive, Maybe a little fake, but like an explosive round after that. Yeah. But right now it's a lot of like heavy grouping on one side and then slowly finishing this one side that they defaulted on with heavy numbers, which I think makes it pretty readable.
Flashing himself, trying to enter in towards Art. Just stomping around, dead. The spray out from Spring finds him while you falls, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly he's just pitching left. Spike dropped.
Like, I don't think a lot of this map so far has been confidence, but in order to play a comp like this, you will win if you are extremely confident and just killing people, obviously. But to me, there's a lot of there's quite a lot of
this out pretty quick. Juicy just cleared Art.
The desk was talking about 4v5 conversions.
there are details missing that make it easy to play the comp.
Get themselves 8-4 at the half. Another multi-frag round here. Good thing, find out.
Like, if you're not doing the fundamental macro stuff with the comp, then you're going to need to hit headshots. I think the wrong analysis with this is like they're not confident and not hitting shots with a comp they need to hit shots with. I think it's more like the foundations weren't great with the macro, and therefore how can you hit shots after that unless you're literally Super Saiyan?
Start kicking indoors.
They do start coming back a little bit on defense, but that I think is to do with the fact that this comp, again, this comp is like a defense-sided comp. And then on defense, the individuals can shine a little bit more. This Jet and Yoru can start shining a little bit. And some of the macro on attack was kind of iffy, so it should just be, if they just play like a default game on defense, they should, you know, it doesn't surprise me that they do better here.
Kind of a 2-1-2 here.
I think that I always get weirded out when I see a Yoru just sitting like a Jet. Like, wouldn't it be cool if the Yoru was supporting this kind of push and then just TPing away? Isn't that like, that's my kind of vision on Yoru. I like the fact he's playing like a bait and switch spot though. Yeah.
Checking out towards A, but that's where the trademark is there for YU, so that doesn't seem to be the angle that Wolves are considering for their attack. They're lining up for a B hit all the way.
Oh, he's lining up the TP into elbow. I guess they don't have the best dive agent possible.
Dimensional drift.
Changing thoughts. Yeah, no contact.
So I mean, okay, Wolves have let this line go, which is a problem, but is less of a problem than having this line go. The only thing is how much, the next question is, how much is this jump spot from Rians going to dictate the rotations from Heretics? Like, how much does he buy what they've done on attack? Like, because obviously the attack can sit in these spots now and hide, and Rians has to feel out whether that they are hiding there or not.
Feeling like it might be a trap.
This is your typical G2. They basically copy G2. This is a G2 round. G2 will default out here, get rid of this wall when there was this wall to get rid of, but right now there isn't. Default here, put some pressure here, and then end here. The problem is that Wolves haven't got anyone containing A main right now, so they're not quite doing the same.
Get any responses from their util.
Yeah, they're more B long focused. So my worry right now is that Wolves are actually going to just B split, which I don't think is very good. It's not as bad on pistols, I guess, because you can't just be mowed down on the B link, and you can't be mowed down in the tiny choke crossfire. But I'm not a big fan of the B split.
Where the hell Team Heretics are.
Okay, Chambers inserting R, so just a bit of pressure. I'd love this Chambers to be a bit more aggressive. Oh no, we're committing B split. Okay. Okay, Lurker dead. Where is our star? Like, where's our star? Like, Rian's having to ping for it. Bro, where? Okay, now it's here.
falls down to 60.
But it's not a smoke, man. Why is it not a smoke?
Minibu goes up over the top of screen, finds that kill, but Juicy trades
Teams
back.
don't have the best protocols against the beast split, it looks like.
Now it's just Juicy, Lysor. 130 health between the two of them. The plant now coming through. Moved down to 22.
It could just be a smoke, and you can literally stand here and then shoot people.
Damage from the Ghost basically will be able to find an elimination there, but who was going to be the first?
Going A main late is ugly. I think it's ugly, but I would argue that there are like cute ways you can kind of use this space and then support each other by kind of crunching. It's a bit weird because you're then like you then have to crunch and leave your back to here. But I think it's possible. Or you have to go this way, I guess, and then have a little bit of here. But yeah, that version I don't love as much, but it would deal with the A main, I guess. It depends how good you are at manipulating rotations. Like if you manipulate the rotations well enough, then they shouldn't have 5 people here by the time that you are starting your shit. It's yeah, I mean with this comp it's hard though, for sure. With this comp it's hard. It's why I think that like the chamber sometimes, like G2 would have the chamber sometimes just immediately taking the space by himself and putting pressure on. If there was too much pressure, then you probably just accelerate B. If there isn't enough pressure, then he gets the line and you can always come back and A split. So 3v2. I do think Boo going by himself here is a mistake. This is a mistake from Boo. Like it's frustrating to have to retake through this space. The irony here being that this play implies that they know that going through this space is bad. But I think going by yourself here is quite dangerous, right?
22. Any damage from the Ghost basically will be able to find an elimination there, but it's going to be the first.
The problem is that if he like I would imagine he thinks he can get to this point, let these two players start working the site, and then he late comes, but he just gets dueled immediately here. But I think the golden rule of him going by himself is wrong. That cage is unlucky. Not the prettiest of 5th kills, but nice ace.
Marshall going to be invested here from Minibu. Trying to hold down that B site. Slow approach from Wolves. Sniper.
Popular gun.
See, compare and contrast Wolves, who actually are they going to end up using this B space a lot? I'll be honest with you, it was one of the reasons why PaperX beat Heretics was Heretics' lack of B hold. Like every time PaperX went B, there was like nobody holding the site, it felt like. Or there was like one person.
The outlaw.
Minibu makes it sing. Brett.
He's a good shot. Sheriff playing the Sylvan spot.
Not quite being noted here. You still have 4 from Heretics all the way across the map. A lot of pressure on Minibu players.
It's quite nice. Leaving the flash for the chamber to re-lurk. It's kind of
something that Heretics like.
It's kind of cute. I don't think it's amazing, but it's kind of cute. I prefer the flash to be like. I think the flash I'd have is like I just put a flash share for post plant. Or maybe even in the elbow, like to help the elbow player or something. I don't know.
4v4, but weaponry really to their advantage whatsoever, unless Woot can come up with some absolutely insane shots.
Why does someone get timed out?
Why you potentially in a poor spot?
Thank you, DBS Glitch. Thank you for subbing to Pal there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Rian's not gonna fall for that old trick. Flex the kill. Outlaw not going to be the greatest weapon trying to get the retake going, but they're looking to overwhelm. Overwhelm they have.
Last player
This
standing.
move. It's back-to-back shots.
Cool
to the
pow
skull.
shite, basically.
10.
That's
He'll
fair.
take it down
That's
to
fair.
win.
Woo. That Team Heretics likes to put their eco round.
Wait, sorry.
He had been spotted, but other players.
Bro, I just presume they lose the rank because it's eco. What happened? Did Minibu farm?
A lot of pressure on Minibu. Trying to find a bit more value here. Has to clear the Prowlers. Knows his spot.
No.
That's gonna be Spring. Taking him down.
How do they lose this?
Really. To their advantage whatsoever, unless Woot can
Oh.
come up with some absolutely insane shots with that Sheriff.
This guy got a bit cocky today.
Potentially in a poor spot. Pressure getting ready to fly
Yeah.
through. And you're TPing right
Okay.
already. Rand's not
Yeah,
gonna fall for that old trick.
that's
Flex the kill. Outlaw not going to be the greatest weapon trying to get the retake going, but they're looking to
Okay.
overwhelm. Overwhelm they have.
Last player standing.
It's back-to-back shots to the skull. Lights are down.
okay. Just stupidity from Wolves. Just a bit of trolling.
Back of an ace from Juicy. YU hearing the orb take, sees the trip set.
I
Be able
saw
to find any kind of punish here, though.
with a frenzy here. Use that tripwire. It's gonna have to be cleared. Hot flash on a timing there for Heretics. Didn't quite catch the Wolves, but right idea, wrong time.
Try to lock them in position there.
Art split? Just an eco though.
Dead far too quickly. It's Benji Fishy ready for these players to come
Oh.
dribbling out of that smoke and mini boot.
Spike.
Okay.
Wolves
Pistol. Heretics trying to play aggressive on this angle. But Wolves.
So if Heretics just recon right now, like G2 do a recon like this, they could just leave Jet, rotate. Why are they not?
Back for now. Smoke to obscure.
Okay. They do recon and they leave. They don't insert.
Try to slide forward. Hold pocket.
What are they doing now? What are they doing?
Somewhere near. Back for now. Smoke to obscure.
Why do we have 3 A main every time?
Mini boot.
I think it's better. I know this is very subtle, but I think it's better for this player to be stood here right now than this art. Because the rotation's quicker.
Who's next?
Try to slide forward. Hold pocket. He knows they're probably somewhere near.
Look how slow we are to rotate, man.
Knows they're probably somewhere near.
This guy's halfway through a Euro. We're not moving on A.
sees them both. Gives them all the information here about the site
We're still not moving.
possibly want.
Why are we...
As the close go flying.
I don't understand. Heretics just really don't understand that B is fucking ass to hold. Like they're expecting Benji and Mini Boo to just farm
Exit out of the
this.
dimensional drift. Both players now contained here into halls. Flash is going to be exchanged. Spring Simplify 1. Juicy looking to go ahead and get this second elimination. Sends it on the corner.
What on fucking planet Earth are they doing?
On this angle. But Wolves. Back for now. Smoke to obscure. Mini boot.
Who's next?
Try to slide forward. Hold popped and he knows they're probably somewhere near.
Plant a spike.
Sees them both. Gives them all the information here about the site that they could possibly want.
I'm back.
As the clothes go flying. Juicy. This exit out of the dimensional drift. Both players now can.
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I don't know. Why do they look so shit?
That there's something here.
Just on the information.
Probably somewhere near.
Plant a spike. I'm back.
As the clothes go into halls. Flash is going to be exchanged.
Like, for reference, they haven't even smoked the choke. And they haven't done, like, Boo hasn't put any support util down at all. Like in this situation, like I know in like Fnatic, like this would be probably smoke right now. And then Bosa would have some cute, like weird thing that the Astro has to do now, where it's like, I don't know, like a star, you know, maybe a weird star somewhere, like a weird star, just something weird, so that like we can support hold this site. But we're not doing anything. We smoke late, and then there's no extra cross map support. I don't really know.
A pretty solid idea.
Again, that's not like Boo's specific fault. It's like a team-wide fault. If you took the names off of this game and you told me that round was Heretics, I wouldn't believe you.
Still retained. Woo. Like it might be just a shallow little angle here on the A
They
side.
only heard Euro and Fade, so thought they could be a fake. Yes, of course. Sorry. Like to state the absolute obvious, they are not moving because they think it could be a fake. The problem is that they recon here, though, so they know that they would be here. And so if it is a fake, they would have to walk all the way around here. And you could just catch that. You could, like, they're going to run, or you just can catch it by leaving someone, is, I guess, number one. Number two, I keep saying, I don't care if the other team ends A that much. If they end B, and we only have 2 players holding, we are going to be fucked. Like, we have no one, like, compare and contrast, Wolves is flood rotations versus Heretics. By the time this all ended for Heretics, there was 5 people here for Wolves every time. Whenever Heretics ended A, there was like 4 to 5 people here on A. But for Heretics, they're like playing, I don't know what they're doing. They're under rotating. And then they're also under rotating to a site that we will lose if the attack actually executes us properly. Like, this is not easy to hold. Especially without the Vice wall. Like, this is not fun to hold.
All the information here about the site that they can
Yeah. I guess round over.
Opponent, so they don't quite know.
You don't think we insert players enough on defense? I mean, there's a bigger problem than inserting players. I think the bigger problem is both against Paper Rex and this game, the understanding of how to hold B or what the B side of the map does is not understood. There's too much of an emphasis on, I don't know, players playing A or something.
Off the back of his ultimate, and they're using tons of util to clear the site. So they pretty much know that they can isolate and lock down that position with their util.
Pained, Woo. Like him. That's where the line share of the Wolves are going to be.
Again, the exact same macro. So if we get Yoru to this line, it's fine. But even shit like this, I'm thinking like it's not really playing. If this is our primary macro, it's not really playing the Yoru strength. Like, I guess it kind of is, because like we get to go deep and then TP away. But it doesn't really use the fact that you can walk up onto space and leave someone there and rotate across the map. Like, we're not doing like, it's not the worst way to play Euro. It's just a slightly, it's like an A way to play Euro, whereas like the S+ way of playing it is like, I feel like you take a piece of space and then you have a cross map TP ready. It's still good and valid, but I'm pretty much considering like, if this is the only thing we do, I'm a bit concerned.
Blind is dead.
TP behind the box. Prowler cleared out by Rien, so the op shot hasn't sung out quite just yet.
Sova recon deep. That's quite nice. Cross map recon allows the Euro to safely get up close. I'm just thinking, like, why are we putting a Cypher? We're trying to do, like, Vice Yoru things with a Cypher. I'm almost tempted to say I'd prefer Jet playing this side of the map. I don't know. I'm being a bit, like, I'm thinking out loud a little bit. I'm not really kind of establishing my thoughts very well right now.
With a quick little scope in there, trying to reposition. Well, just throwing forward onto the side. Benji Fitch going to be taken down though there. Stung out
I
quite
guess what I'm trying to say is I think I'd rather have 3 players be with a Cypher A right now set up. Like just have 2A, 3B. A guy like the 3 on B, they establish this line and then leave, and then the Euro can leave. Leave the Jet on this line deep. If the Jet gets contact, dashes away. If you really need to, can smoke to save them escaping. But right now we're gonna get the line, and then for most of the time this util becomes useless. I feel like. Yeah. I could be chatting shit though. Could be chatting shit.
there. He's trying to reposition. Well, just throwing forward onto the side. Benji Fitch going to be taken down though. Is YU peeks down towards that B side through the connector. Comes away with
And
the
then
kill.
on A, they
Down mission.
oh my god, if Wolves do
Little
this
scope
and
in
this
there.
smoke,
He's trying to reposition.
I don't know what the fuck Wolves are doing, to be honest with you.
Taken down though is YU.
They're just giving a boo a smoke to sit inside.
Comes away with the kill. No foul, but we're widely slam shot here in their faces. Wolves are quickly
I like this from the chamber. Nice lurk.
Hold the line for the drone here. Not sure if it's on. He's going to reposition off the back of that. Trying to just catch him off guard. I think they did see him. They pinged it out.
Probably not the spot that you would expect him to fall back into. Blue still doesn't get the check. Takes a double take, but he's away with the kill at the same time. Divided best of those. They get the plant down. Nine's not going to be popped from Blue. They get ready to go 4v3 into the retake.
I think you dissipate this. You put a star here, and you dissipate through, right? Or you dissipate on the timing of the wall going down.
Dimensional drifts.
Okay. Or you just double swing for it. I mean, one sec, I might have another delivery. I got a missed call. One sec, sorry. My buzzer doesn't work, and I just got a call. Hello? Hello, I just had a missed call from you. Hello. Okay, I'll come downstairs, one sec. You can leave it outside if you want. Oh, okay, cool, thank you. Right, let me run some ads quickly. Sorry, I'm not treating. I'm going on holiday to Portugal next week, so I did buy some clothes because I have no shorts. Where the fuck are my keys? Oh, here. Right, I run ads. I'll be right back. Yeah, $1 million signed. Yeah, business deals. I think I should just pick up my phone next time and be like, "It's no deal, Trump. It's a no deal from me." I'll be right back, one sec. Wait, actually, running ads. One sec. Ooh, bro, it's a workout. Is your internet bad or is nothing happening? Average mini stream? Look, I can't help it. These fucking idiots aren't fixing my buzzer. So I gotta run up and down the stairs. Oh my god. Fix it yourself. Why don't you fix yourself?
All the info here.
Open the package. What are the, what is? No, I can't be bothered. It's not that interesting. I'll lose viewers if I start opening packages on stream. And maybe get cancelled. No, I'm joking.
Maybe says absolutely not. Doesn't give the opportunity. Woot still does manage to go ahead and swing around the pillar. Find the shot. Spring flushed out through the smoke. It all comes down to Lysor, who will swiftly dispatch. Timeout works for Heretics. The gap once again, 3 rounds.
Yeah, just beautiful util usage here from the Heretics. Getting that identification onto YU's position over an Art, being at YU.
Okay, what I bought 2 times shorts because I don't have any. 1 times T. Because it was like a nice broadcast tee. And then I've tried to buy 2 times trousers because trying to find trousers that fit me as a small man is hard. So they were these trousers that are like cropped. So I'm hoping that because they're cropped, they will just fit me naturally. And then I rebought some Uniqlo cord trousers because they're the only trousers that currently fit me.
Chance. Nice attempt by Mini.
And because I work on broadcast, I now have to wear clothes that look reasonable.
We're able to just kind of understand, hey, there's only 2 more. They're both in alley. Left that off. Still at A main.
1 from a Nero, 1 from a Hunter's Fury. As Nero
Okay, yeah, so they play the same macro every round. Heretics have Yoru, Cypher, 3A. They recon deep for Yoru to go into the space. They've done that every round so far, it feels like.
Shot. Nice, we're actually trying to hold this angle. Woot just disrespects it. Goes out.
How short are the holiday shorts? So I bought 6-inch inseams because, again, because I'm short, I feel like 6-inch was like a good, like they're quite reasonable.
The wheels are coming off
I don't like
now
them
as
being
Heretics.
over my knees, you know.
They are finding their groove. There's nothing more to be done here.
Someone get that out of context. I mean, I used the word 6-inch. You can't just call me sus for using a measurement.
You gotta save here.
You're the one being
Gotta
sus.
keep these guns into the next round. Like that, Woot changes up his play round to round with the operator. Previously, he had just fallen right back.
Do you think gentlemen did a
That
good
opening shot
job
this
with
time,
their pickups
he
to
gets
sustain
back
it in
through
tier
and catches
1?
Lysol.
Yes. This was good. This was a good pickup. Keeping these. This guy is good. The weird thing here is that he plays the same role. So a slight tick. Prox looks decent. I think Prox looks decent. There aren't many players right now in tier 2 that can fill this role well. So I think I give Prox like a neutral. There's a slight tick, there's a big tick. Like obviously the role thing would, if this was Judas, I'd be like, okay, pretty good. And then keeping these 2 seems decent.
Off guard, takes that kill. That starts.
How cooked is Apex? Apex is always going to be cooked. I don't know what they're doing, but they're always going to be cooked. The shirt color makes me think he's shirtless. I thought about that today because there's that picture of me with... Wait, why have I got 10 notifications on Twitter? Oh, yeah, it's because I said nice things about Tani. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? There's that, like, there's this picture of me and Alex, and Victoria keeps saying that, I don't look like I'm wearing pants. And then the other day, I saw a picture of me with a white t-shirt on, and I think someone said it looks like you're just wearing no shirt. And so when I picked this t-shirt out from
open
my
spaces,
wardrobe very quickly. I did think for half a second. I wonder if this just
Windows
looks like
individual
my
battle
skin
buff,
color.
individual skill looks great.
Hopefully
Yeah,
after
it's just gonna fall
Portugal,
apart in their
it will look like I'm wearing a
in a
t-shirt.
position like this where they have to hold on to their guns for an extended period of time in the round.
We'll be able to retain.
And to be completely honest about context here, I am sat on Alex's lap. So Victoria seems to think that I'm sat on Alex's lap with no underwear on. Well, no pants on. Sorry, she used the word pants. So whenever I think of pants, I think no underwear. So I don't know what Victoria's got going on in her mind, but
10 seconds
something
left.
sus is happening.
Not wanting to take any risks whatsoever, but it will be a flawless.
She will be back later
Now,
to explain
now
herself,
start-
though.
Now it's actually
I think
narrowed
that
to
Victoria will
two.
probably be back later for
Seems to be
paper extreme.
steered in the is when they get
So we can ask her questions about her sick fantasies later.
So
his traumatic claw a couple of rifles. He is over towards B, really trying to brute force their way through A main. Haven't been able to find much success in that direction.
obviously, economy not in a great position, but
No, I might. One of my friends has a villa because he's just that kind of guy, I guess. And so I'm going to stay in a villa with a few of my friends.
two decent ultimates to try to make a thrifty go. That they have the Nightfall as well as the Steel Garden available. So they have the position to clear out the site, take these guns out of the hands of Woot and Benji Fishy.
So I'm going to sit by a pool and read my book.
Yeah, and they're trying to spread out a little bit.
And have to do a bit of
Give
work,
up the
unfortunately.
space a
But
little bit intelligent.
we don't talk about
That's
that.
a good shot for Woot.
It is. Benji, of course, does have the shorty behind.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
it's the
trying to spread out a
classic.
little
It's
bit.
the classic.
They're gonna give up the
B
space
split
a little
arena.
bit intentionally, and that's a good shot for Woot.
It is. Benji, of
Surely,
course,
I've never want Heretics to win a round more badly in my life.
I'm going out, the rush coming through. She's not able to find him, but it's still going to be a good amount of
Oh,
damage.
God,
Telltale
why?
Gets recovered. Hands gets taken down.
How?
Suddenly, sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him.
Huh?
The peak on the edge. Still here, though. Basically shoulder to
Woot doesn't have a shorty right now, does he?
shoulder. Benji Fishy.
Is there a way of knowing what secondary a player has? He doesn't have a shorty, does he?
Out the rush
This
coming
motherfucker's got 5k and he doesn't have a shorty.
through. Still going to be a good amount of damage. Telltale's
Oh, what a noob, man.
Rienz gets taken down. Suddenly,
planted.
sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him.
He's not got a shorty.
Angle lights are instantaneous with a headshot. That sheriff
Oh.
coming up huge. Mini boot drops down, finds one.
What?
Came
Okay,
out, go
this is nonsense.
He was
I mean, they were low buy,
he's gonna
but
survive to hold on to the weapon before he
no, they were
tears
low buy. They
everything
should never
away
win this
from
round. They've won a round low buying through a B split. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Oh,
Pretty much all in on this one. Only a couple players on the side of Heretics with a decent economy.
you have to consider you dropped that op over as well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful because you know that's still going to be in their hands. And why use hands for this round?
Okay, so they are now using the Euro to be set up in position. My question here would be, though, is that would he have rotated this way even if... Like, why is he...
As well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful because you know that's still going to be in their hands.
Yeah, he is just rotating. Okay, that's
Why
fine.
use hands for this round?
Leaving an Astra here is weird.
Realize it still, though, is Woot. Hadrian's clear the haunt. While you swinging is going to be at a disadvantage.
Oh, that's quite nice.
Go ahead and come away with the kill. 4v5.
And now with this pressure B link, it should be... Player here. I don't know this camera very much. I don't think it does anything, to be honest with you.
Now for Wolves. Needed if they want to get
Okay,
up to that
Benji now
point
comes
right
across
here
with the
now.
Euro. This is nice.
Great
This is good.
positioning early in the round for Heretics.
This is nice from Heretics. And then the ult comes through. That's really nice. Like, I think the B players understanding when to double up down here to shut down the B link is very important. And I think this is a very good example of it. There's mini VOD review both matches. I try to VOD review as much as I can, but sometimes we go late. So today, I need to go to the gym, and I have a meeting when Toronto starts. So I need to make sure that and I need to eat food, which I haven't done yet. So I'll probably try my best to get through as much as the second game as possible.
To stay tucked together
But right now we're not on track.
Find some plenty of money for now.
We're not on track at all.
Things effective.
Really nice vertical flick there from Woot.
At the very least.
Much like the Paper Rex train last game, we're not on track.
They're all currently online. Boo went away from his though. Could get a cosmic divide here in some fashion.
So I've done a bait and switch setup, but I'd prefer if Yoru just literally took this line right now. But I think it's fine. They're just going to commit to it. That's fine. So the Jet takes the angle. The Yoru like swings off contact. But no. Whilst they're still here, the Yoru should be walking up right now, take this line, and then rotate off.
Some fashion. I don't suspect the Tour de Force is going to be used this round, but you never know. Stranger Things. Still holding on to all his util. Just content to.
I mean, I guess it's fine. I'd prefer the deeper line though, to be honest with you.
For Heretics are near their spot.
Play on the Prowler. Just gonna go ahead and take the gate crashes. Start to set up. They're gonna block off the B access. Seems like that's going to be the call to rotate made here for Wolves. As they go stomping across towards this A side.
And now they do the rotate towards B.
On a line back by Flowers.
But they got no information. Ugh, it's so weird. It's so random. We've got a recon.
Seems like that's going to be the
We've
call.
got a camera. Like, what's the point of this camera? I don't think this camera does much.
The rotate made here for Wolves. As they go stomping across towards this A site. Trip's going to be set up on that.
B-Link obsession is weird. I know the camera's spotting, like, it's able to spot here and here. But this is too late. And so now we jump spot, we see nothing, but we're still rotating 3B. A bit late.
They don't have much.
And now we're playing close A? Cypher close A? Okay, it worked. But it's really weird to have your Cypher player being close. They're playing like a full info setup on middle. It's really strange. All their util being used on middle info. Not a single kill trip on the map. A lot of weird decisions.
Good flash though.
Let's play.
Now he's on the box here. This is such
How do I...
a cheeky.
My preference here would be this TP is here, and then we don't smoke this. We just smoke it on reaction, and then leave an Astra on this line. Instead of leaving the Yoru on this line, and then the Yoru can TP out. Because now look at our rotation to B. Like now the Yoru wants to stay here. But we don't have enough people B to hold now. And once again the Yoru ult B. Very slow this time from Wolves though. Heretics have more than enough time to get enough people across this side of the map. But again, like, if we freeze framed this, when Wolves did this idea when Heretics did this idea on their attack, there would be 4 to 5 people right now on this side of the map.
Here within the cage, Benji on the opposite side. Smoke's obfuscating all. Boom finds the off-cut onto one, pushes the smoke. Shorty out, lights are dead. Pops the bladestorm immediately, tails went back up.
Oh, it's nice by Woot.
Long, repeats, shot goes a little bit wide. Spring is able to collect one, Juicy back over at Halls.
Down B.
Finds the kills, it's just Mini Boo left, but Spring.
Yeah. I don't think some of these details have been thought through well enough, to be honest with you. The B site hold. If I made a 5-minute video about why Heretics lost this map, it would be all about this B site hold on defense. And I'd use examples from the Paper Rex game too to feed into it, because it's the same stuff.
Player unburied in the press. Fishy there.
We're off to the races, it would seem. We're looking for a fight here! Over at A main! And YU races, it would seem. We're looking for a fight.
Off the back of that dimensional drift.
I mean, this is just skill diff, I guess. Like, you can't really, you know. We could min-max and start talking about... Sorry, we could talk about macro all day, but like around like this, you just got skill diff.
The spot out on the Rien's over by Art. The Thorns and Stairs, they hold him back, they spray him dead through the smoke. As the spike gets planted, Wolves absolutely crank up the pace here on the round. 2v4. As the Nightfall gets the connection.
Are these TH mistakes stuff that they know as a weakness before? That was no. I would make the point that like the stuff I'm saying is probably stuff where they don't. Like I know Weber and Nil are smart, but like I would argue that this is map theory. Like there's map theory that's not correct. Like when I tell you that like I kind of said it yesterday that like there are maps where some teams just don't have the best theory. Like what we see here is the kind of stuff that I probably do on Ascent because I'm not the best. I know that my Ascent theory isn't the best. Pro is one of the maps where I think I'm mediocre at. Like I'm good at. I don't think I'm world class at Pro, but I think I'm pretty good at Pro. Like I think that the skill on Pro is like not high enough for me to not help a team be like one of the best in the world at Pro. But I think like maps like Haven, like I think that I would automatically make a team very good on them, on it. You know what I mean? But like, so what I'm saying is like on Ascent, I think I would do stuff like this where like I don't quite get it. And this is what it looks like on Pro for Heretics right now. It looks like they don't quite get it to me. And it's not just Heretics. This is a lot of teams. It's just that Heretics are usually one of the teams that get it a bit more than other teams. If that makes sense. Which coaches do you think are the best map theory from each map? I would say Anders on most of them. I think Anders has a very strong strong map theory for a lot of the maps. I think Haven Split, Fracture maybe. I think my kind of strongest points. I think Bind I got there. I think I did some work with Anders where we both kind of worked together and I realized a few things. I don't want to talk about other coaches really because it's like hard for me to really know. But I think that for me, my S plus maps. Bind Haven Split. Potter Fracture. I think that EG were very good at Fracture, but there are things on their Fracture that don't fly in 2025. Their defense rotation protocols were flood only. They did not push out that much. The one thing they did do was the A main push though. The A main push out was good from them, but it was mostly flood. So I think that it probably would be a very good understanding from EG. But there are still stuff that wouldn't fly nowadays. What other maps are there? Lotus is probably Icebox Ascent, Breeze. Breeze? Abyss. Sunset. Sunset. Pro. Sunset. I put my weakest maps as probably these three. But it might just be because... I think... actually, should I put it this way? I think I still understand Sunset well enough that, like, I just don't... I don't think many teams get this map either, to be honest with you. So it probably goes up. It's like Pro. This is like my understanding of maps, I think. Icebox. probably it probably sneaks into the low S tier for me personally, from my understanding. Just because people are shit at it too. No, I don't think I have S plus Icebox, no. No. This is my if I was to help a team, like and they were shit at maps, I'd want them to be shit at these maps. If they are shit at these maps, and this is like a map pool, if I ever had to coach this map pool, I would be like a good coach, but I wouldn't be a great coach. Whereas like if we had this map pool, I would be like a world-class coach. My Icebox in 2023 was S+. We were good at Icebox, but I don't think it was too much to do with... Again, it's a bit like the way that I describe EG's Fracture is a bit like our Icebox in 2022, 2023. It's like we were really good at it and really comfortable at it, and we understood stuff that other teams didn't. But if I applied that same theory now, it wouldn't be quite as easy. There's like there's some advanced stuff about the map that I feel like I'm not 100% sure on. And it's a basic map, true. Yeah. Yeah. Abyss also feels kind of random to me too. So like, but that might just be my copium. Abyss feels fairly random. Like a map that's so wide with like sites that are so hard to hold, to me, has an element of randomness to it.
Exiting, sees him, he's just lingering here within the cage. Benji on the opposite side. Smoke's obfuscating all. Boom finds the offset onto one, push to the smoke. Shorty out, lights are dead. Pops the blade storm immediately, tails went back up through B long. Three peaks, shot goes a little bit wide. Spring is able to collect one, Juicy back over at Halls.
Down B.
Finds the kills, it's just Mini Boo left, but Spring will deny.
Abyss is a map that has two sides, and you should just go A. It depends. If the team tries to hold A, you should go A, because you win the exec. If a team's like smart and plays like... I don't know, actually. It's really difficult.
On a knife's edge.
Both sites are hard to hold, and both sites are kind of hard to retake. When you say I know how to play a map, what constitutes it? It means that you could give me, you could make me make a playbook for the map that I think would be one of the best in the world, with defense and attack and protocols for each, and maybe even do it across multiple different comps. Like on Split, I'm pretty confident I think on Split I could do Sentinel's 2024 comp. I'm pretty sure I could do it. I mean, I know I can do a double dive comp, and I could even do a double ini comp on Split, and I would have a playbook for each that I think would be very strong, and I'd have an understanding of all three that would be like extremely strong. I would not do yeah. If you're making me do a double orb comp, then no. No Viper. I mean, Viper is in some of those comps, it's just not the foundation of the identity of the comp. Sentinel's 2024 comp is.
Over at A main, and YU comes alive and sits them down. Boo frantically backpedaling the Prowler on the chase. The spot on Orien's over by Art. The Thorns and Stairs, they hold him back, they spray him.
Sorry, let's watch this actual last run. Oh, we've already watched this. He just made... Yeah, okay, right, next map. Next fucking map.
I'm not thinking they're switching anything, and honestly, look, I'm kind of liking this. Heretics this time insta-locking. It will be back to the Fnatic comp like you were talking about.
Yeah, so there was some discussion here about Oriens on Viper, Woot on Fade, Fade on Woot, Woot on Fade, Fade on Woot, Fade on Woot, Fade on Woot, Omen on Boo. And most people were saying that switching it around, well, a lot of people were saying switching it around would make more sense. The problem is that Woot is supposed to be the initiator on this team. Rian's is, well, I guess the way I put it is that Rian should be Fade right now, right? So it should be Fade, and this should be Omen for Boo, which would leave you in a situation where Woot should be playing Viper, technically. Which is what we did on Fnatic, right? Kron would play our Viper because he was like the, you know, Leo would play our Fade because he's the Fade player. Our Smokes player played Smokes, and then our Flash player ended up playing Viper, which makes sense on Lotus. Like it makes a lot of sense for Lotus. Historically, though, very few Flash players played Viper historically because back in the day it was Sky meta, right? So Sky would exist, so Woot would be playing Sky technically on a lot of these maps. Rians would be playing Viper because your Recon Initiator didn't play Sky, it was usually the Flash player. And then Boo would be Omen. Right? You get me? So like historically, this context would be the way in which you would do it. And so on Fnatic, we were weird because our Flash player most of the time would play the Viper, whereas our Recon player would play the Sky. And that was because Leo just preferred playing Sky than he did Viper. And Kron was pretty good at Viper. But now we're in a situation where like Sky doesn't exist, and so I think that you should be switching it around now, where like your Flash player should end up being able to play Viper a lot of the time. The problem is obviously Woot is probably not playing Viper and shouldn't be, so they have to figure it out. So people were saying that maybe Boo should be playing Viper here, I think, and then Woot play Omen, which I think makes sense to me, and then Rians plays Fade. I think this in the short-term context of Heretics' agents, I think this does make more sense. Doesn't the Viper lurk more than the Killjoy? So that is a valid reason as to why. Well, I would say an invalid reason, but it is a logical reason why they don't want to do this, is because the Viper usually does lurk a little bit more than the Killjoy. My counterpoint would be that who cares? Can we grow up? It's 2025. You can lurk on an IGL. But teams still don't believe that. So I think the next layer is then, why don't we just build a playbook where the Killjoy is allowed to lurk a little bit more? Is that really that difficult? May I ask you why I don't coach anymore? Because it is too much work. To put it lightly, it's too much work. I am probably working I probably work more than a 9 to 5 right now, or on my off year. Like this is supposed to be a break year for me, and I'm probably still doing a fair amount, like a reasonable amount of work. And yet it feels like I'm not. It feels so relaxing. I'm so much happier at the very second than I would be if I was head coaching at this very second. That's not to say I wouldn't go back to it, but I'm a lot happier right now.
Initiator with the Tejo breach off of both of those agents, but this gives you a lot of options, I think, in the stall category, of course, and the info of.
Do you think there's badly designed maps in Valorant? Yes. Sido, I don't think that it's a good question. Is it more a lack of understanding of good team comps and map theory? I don't think those two are connected. I don't think those two are connected. I think most of the maps in Valorant are not very good, but I also think that most teams are not very good at understanding them too. The problem with Valorant, let me quickly explain this before I go into like the next part. So I think that what the map makers have done a very good job of is making maps very user-friendly for casual players. And what I mean by that is having very obvious places on the map where you can smoke. Like this map, the middle gets a bit more complicated. But to be honest with you, if you're playing the A side of the map, you kind of get it, right? There's a choke point here, there's a choke point here, there's a choke point here. And they're smoke-sized, and they're kind of util-sized. The other thing is that they made the barriers very close to each other, so that like you know, there's a little bit of fighting that can happen, but ultimately you can go into the strengths of Valorant as like an agent class hero shooter kind of vibe, and then play the sites with your utility. So you can have a little fight, and then there's like, you know, that bit where you fight for the sites together. My argument would be for professional play that having these barriers so close together is bad, because it means that there's less strategic depth to this game by just having this as neutral space. Like what I generally see is not true necessarily, but what I would see is the area between the barriers, let's say, is neutral space, right? So this is neutral. It's not really true, but like let's pretend it is. Generally speaking, it's going to be more neutral space, right? So then middle is neutral too. And there's just really not that much neutral space in Valorant. And so there isn't this like pushing forward and defaulting and layering that to me I would find interesting. I just don't think the complications of layered defaults exist in this game. But the advantage of that is that it makes it simple for casual gameplay. To give them some credit, I do think that Fracture is a map that's very interesting. It's a fucking pain in the ass for casuals to play because it is an interesting map. But it's almost like they went too far and made it too complicated. Like the idea of having then the map be like almost mirrored, where the neutral the neutral space becomes like at the top and bottom of the map in a weird way. Like the middle of the map is defense, and then like the top and bottom is like in like, it's almost like sections. And like the neutral space just depends on where the attack isn't making noise. It's like complicated for Fracture for like ranked games, you know. I guess also like on a map like Haven, so like the barriers are like a bit further away, right? They're a bit further away. But I'd argue that like there's a lot of neutral space here that isn't actual neutral space, you know? Like defense isn't going to be able to truly take fair duels walking down here. Like, I mean, we do walk down here on defense, obviously, but it's not really fully fair. So like when there is neutral space, especially on, say, Breeze, like it's a lot of neutral space that the attackers technically have control over, you know what I mean? Like this is all like, to me, implied that the attackers have it a lot of the time. Obviously it's not quite true, but it kind of is. So yeah, that's why I don't love the maps in this game. The second argument is, you know, you look at a map like Icebox and tell me where you're supposed to play on Icebox that means that you hold the site. Like the sites themselves, despite the tiny choke points, are still hard to hold a lot of the time. So it's like but it's a really difficult thing to do. So a lot of maps become maps where that you should play for retake. Like, where do you hold on B? You have one box to hold on B. Yeah. So you essentially, a lot of the good spots are either you're going to die immediately and take a duel, or you are playing off-site retake kind of style. So those are a bunch of problems. That one's more difficult to deal with though, because you don't want the sites to be... The sites are always going to feel a little bit harder to hold because the amount of util volume on the attack side is always going to feel like it's overwhelming the defense. But at the same time, I would like to be able to sit on a site sometimes and not feel like it's crap.
More experience playing against this comp and understanding them than Heretics. Yeah, maybe Wolves should put an extra, or not an extra wrinkle, but maybe they shouldn't play.
How much earlier would you know about the return of Leo before us? Probably not that much. If you follow like Twitter and stuff, I'm sure that by the time I knew, it would be like a few days before the whole world knew. I.e. the Twitter public. In terms of casual viewer, like, I don't know, maybe a bit before.
See what they got dialed up, or if they're just going to try to dry peek this corner.
Okay, so Heretics defense. Heretics are a bit hit and miss on this map.
Maybe gonna get some pressure.
Immediately, so Wolves playing a very passive style. I think that because there was no noise here, again, both these comps aren't the best at fighting for this space, but because there is no noise on a pistol round, they're like, in order for the defense to take the space, they really need to use their Season Nade. And they don't use Caesar Nade, so I feel like Wolves should be taking this right now for free. And not letting Heretics right now walk up into the space for free. So I think that Wolves are doing a poor job of that. I think that that's kind of like the bread and butter protocol for this map on pistol round.
They're just gonna try to dry peek this corner.
Who's going to be ready with a paranoia? Try to stave them off. On up and over the top, going to be a quick.
So a nice bait and switch. Many people making it like really well known that he was there, and he's gonna like
spot where he can try to catch somebody off guard, but
run away. But Wolves just go into A. Imagine if Wolves did insert here early and then did this and pushed the raise and then had a little fight here. It'd be so much more interesting around. Like now instead they're gonna group up into a double Sentinel basically.
then it's going to be a pivot cross now.
Viper's not technically a Sentinel, but I still consider her like half a Sentinel.
They, in their last pistol round, Wolves spread the map and had
Does
Lyso
Leo still
solo
help with
plant
the
on B
team?
and kind of
I don't think so.
crumbled underneath Sen. So let's see if they try to stick together a little bit more on this one. All it took was that blast pack, and that was enough to
Boaster can pack IGO and not pack IGO.
make them think that the other side of the
He
map is
lurks
gonna be
quite a
better.
lot.
A bit of noise
If you watch
made,
him on
but
Split, he's
they're
lurking all the time.
open.
Do you read and expect? Potential double stack. Looks like the push forward in towards tree. Not going to be coming through.
Okay,
so
B
Spring
split,
maybe not
cool.
gonna be caught here in the
And then because Heretics control Mound, it means that they can use this door to shut down the front of B. So this is nice from Heretics.
traffic good. Does end up hearing two players in that position. Paranoia through.
Oh,
YU going to be held at bay here.
but then it's all like a ruse. So like they do this, door opens, and they go this way. I like this from Wolves as a reaction. It's just that Spring
The moment is making
went
this
a
go
bit
through,
too
and now
quickly and
they're
died
gonna
solo.
crossover on towards this A side. The vulnerable there.
And then Benji and Rian's aren't playing together at all.
Again, gonna have to position
So like
crossover on towards this
Rian
A side.
stays and Benji just he's like running away and Benji's just solo dueling.
Vulnerable there. Bounding
So
forward.
not the
Lyso able to
best
find the first juice. He gets a second.
synergy
Benji
between
pushing
Rians and
Rian's
Benji
been
there.
flushed out. Weapons upgraded time. In now striking on the flank. 4 now for the retake with Mini Boo. Down to 22. Back turn and YU now.
Look at that, guys.
Paranoia
Do you
through.
see that? Did you notice how it was the Killjoy lurking this round? And like it's possible to be a Killjoy lurking? I'm not saying it's the best, but I think even Fnatic started doing this too, right? I think Alpha started lurking more on this map. And part of it, I think, is because you can't... Because the orb can't be... Part of it's like, you get more value from the orb if you're not lurking. You can just go orb the post plant. So like the Killjoy can lurk. So like I would even argue that it might even be better sometimes for the Killjoy to lurk. I've not had to do like a full playbook for a while and like think about it too deeply, but
Double stack. Looks like a push forward in towards tree. Not gonna be
I do think that there's definitely a possibility that Killjoy's better at it than Viper.
Hearing two players in that position. Paranoia through.
Do you know every team Valen has traded a jersey with lost their next game? You should call him to trade with Team Liquid.
The vulnerable there, bounding forward. Lyso able to find the first juice. He gets a second.
It's a good plan.
Vision Riens have been flushed out. Weapons
I don't
upgraded
believe
time.
in superstition.
Looking down, but still plenty.
10 seconds left.
Get the spike in play. 3v spot not find. See, Boo can punish Boo. Does kill. 3K.
Go back
Okay.
deep
The anti-eco at the second half of
Fair.
play. So still gonna be a
Eco,
concern,
C long
as that is
push.
going to be a very heavy
The high-low
there,
here
right?
actually
But
gets absolutely
high-low
boomed by this
setup here.
paranoia.
Wolves are anticipating this.
Just one share.
It looks like Heretics know this is the exact setup they like to run on their anti-eco. Like it's a very strange... They look like they got a reveal ready here with a paranoia. Like this paranoia reveal isn't exactly the best idea in the world unless you're
Yeah.
literally doing
Still a
this.
buy-up. This time around for Heretics. Marshall.
He's dead over the A side of the map. Signals to be made. Paranoia going to be sent. Prowler getting a catch onto one. Swing out.
It's nice from Heretics.
Down.
Here in the hands of this player.
You can see though, like I know this is dumb, but like you see the amount of preparation just for an eco round from Heretics. The way Heretics vetoes, I think that they put a lot of stock on their map pick to the point where they will for the entire week practice this like a lot. Like, I reckon about 50% of their practice was probably Lotus this week. Like, they really value preparing their map pool for this specific matchups. Which means that sometimes if you throw a curveball into the map bands, they will end up like this would be their third map if how do I explain it? I'm sorry, I went on a different train of thought there. Yeah, they prepare for they basically are one of the most like when I read their map VOs, it's like they don't think too much about the strength as much as their preparation for that map. Like obviously they know that Lotus is good and probably prepared Lotus because it's good, but sometimes they'll like prepare the map specifically, even if it's not necessarily the best choice in the moment. Like if you throw a curveball ban, sorry, if you like ban Lotus. No, how do I describe this? I don't know. There were situations to me when we vetoed versus them where I was like, it just feels like they've like really valued the preparation over perceived map strength that in the moment, if that makes sense.
The guy just is so dialed in.
On his reads.
You forgot about YouTube chat again? I didn't forget about YouTube chat. I just don't look at it. Let me pull it up right now. See what's going on. All right, who's there? Who's there? Who's there? We'll say hello. Let's say hello to the people. You forgot about YouTube chat again? Okay. Hello, Jacob M. Hello, Maury. Is Chamber more impactful on Pro than Double Controller or Initiator? I think that Chamber Vice is more impactful than Double Initiator. I think that Double Controller is going to be strong though. The Viper Astra. Do you like to goon? I don't really know what gooning actually is, but I think it just means you're horny, right? I am not a gooner, no. Can we pick a site based on the jerking off? Is it just jerking off? Because I'll plead the fifth on that one. if it's like if it's literally being like a weirdo horny person, then I don't think I am. No, I think I'm a reasonable person. Can we pick a site based on the players playing that site? Yeah, I think if we play against Boaster, you should pick his site. Let's gooning. Let's not. Tanmei didn't make a report on it though. Tanmei by tweeting out about Leo is causing damage to, like causing. I don't care if they reported on it or not. If they tweeted something about a player that is, and they consider themselves a journalist, and I put that in inverted commas very loosely because there aren't journalists in esports apart from like that Grev guy, and maybe a couple of others. People on Twitter are generally not journalists. I would say that they were doing damage to the scene a little bit. I'd say it was a negative if they're just wrongly assuming things. Vice more than Cypher, or are they interchangeable in Pro? Interchangeable to some degree. Vice is harder to run nowadays. Vice with Chamber makes more sense as a combo pairing. Do you think that Double Joe's comps hurt them in terms of finding their identity? No, I'm just saying that I don't think they're a bit lost in terms of like, do they want to play the double duelist or not? What is Woot's role on the team, etc. If you leave, and then like they don't play double duelist like PaperX play double duelist. On Haven, their theory, like double duelist is usually a weaker theory type approach, but on the maps like Haven with the ISO, I do think there is a little bit more that goes into it, and they're very good at playing the Euro ISO on Haven, whereas they weren't so good on Pearl. So I'm like trying to, Like they're not playing double dive on a Haven. And maybe double dive is pretty much just default a tiny bit and then exec, but they were just execing or just defaulting too long. And the Cypher sub B means that they can literally TP. So I can't be bothered to think about this question again. Maybe ask me this another time. It's too deep. I'm sorry. Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, shit. How badly did Heretics play yesterday? I don't know if it was... They played pretty bad on yeah. I mean, we just went through it. They played pretty bad. But I don't know if it was much worse than usual for Pro. Refuse to admit that Wolves play pretty good and hit their shots. The problem is that Wolves aren't like a top 4 team at this event still. Like I'm watching them, I don't think they're a top 4 team. So it's not like they're good, but like their system's not exactly like, you know, their system's slightly better than I thought. Their players are hitting some shots, but I'm not like on the Wolves train, you know what I mean? Hello everyone. Hello. I appreciate your... You think a site on Sunset is good, thoughts? You think a site on Sunset is good, thoughts? No. A site on Sunset is bad. I will explain. Sunset is another map where holding this is kind of catfish. There's nowhere to play. You could play here. It's interesting because it's a retake style where like it's unironically better to play this site for retake 2. Sometimes you play this. It's more about playing like these kind of lines and then falling back. So you play, lots of people play like this line, but it's about, stop, please, stop. I can't click shit if you're doing shit. Stop. It's about falling back. And then as you fall back from each line, you get information and then you rotate accordingly. And a lot of the rotations should be, you should be adding this in a lot. Paper Rex were very good on Sunset last year when they were doing this stuff, I think. Like we copied them. So this site isn't very good. It's better to almost play retake on this site. And you'll see a lot of teams do that. In what situation would Viper have full util and pistol round? I can't. That's too big a question. When is the door giveaway? I thought it was a roof giveaway. What do you think about Sen getting both Chinese teams? Would they have made it if they faced Paper X or Genji? I think Sen would probably lose to Genji. I think the game versus Paper X would be close. Viper's good on Sunset, yeah. Okay, right. Sorry, YouTube chat, but you're going in jail again. They're going back in jail. We're back to Twitch. If YouTube had subscribers, I would be giving you equality, but you don't. So I have to give more respect to the Oilers, unfortunately.
The fist pumping for Fade.
If he doesn't, I mean, looking at
We'll be back though. We'll be back. Well, you'll be back. You'll be back, YouTube chat. You'll be back, but not right now.
As they look for a conversion, turret set up.
Doesn't YouTube have an equivalent of Twitch subs? I think so, but I think that I'm not close to. I have to figure it out. I think that there's a certain amount of hours viewed that you need to unlock that, and I don't have it yet. But to be honest with you, my stream's going good enough, and like, I have 300 people watching me on YouTube right now. That's like really good. Like that's a very good amount of numbers, and I'm very thankful for that. So I think that if I'm consistently getting like that many views, I think that I should be pretty on for opening up membership. So if I open up membership on YouTube, then I'll have to figure out a way to have you both on at the same time.
Problems.
Bottom out. You see.
Can you coach me to coach? How much money you got?
Locked in, Boombot similarly to try to scout. Doesn't want to try to push this angle to problems.
I don't think you can afford it.
As they look for a conversion, turret set up for contact in B.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot of problems.
Spots him out. Juicy. Good amount of damage going to be in there on the entry. Paint shells locked in. Boombot similarly.
I might do an MIBR Team Liquid after. I should be, yeah, sorry. So, bonus round, I used to make this narrative a lot. I think when I started casting with Pansy, I talk about it quite a lot. Low buy rounds, the chances of hitting the center site on a 3-site map on a bonus round is extremely high. Reasons for it are both on Haven and on this map. The B site is usually the weakest, the most weakest in terms of the ways the defense are holding it. So the weakest hold is usually on the center site map. And so it's quite easy for the attack to get in. And then with the lower economy guns, it then means that they can go into like closer space on both Haven and this map. On this map, I think slightly more, because Haven, you could play like an offsite post. But on this map, offsite post isn't as good. So you can get cheeky with your shit guns into these spaces. So not surprising to me to see Wolves test that. Baiting out the util on A and then just judge Satchel into B. It's quite a nice idea.
Contact in B.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot.
You got 2,500 quid?
Good amount of damage going to be in there on the entry.
You could have me for a few days. I'm just joking.
Trying to push this angle towards Baby Door with the judge in hand. He was able to find one, but Spring does get rid of Blue, so a trade on the fades at the end of it all. Spike now planted 4v4.
I guess I'd be more willing to like,
Quite low on the
if someone was serious about it, it wouldn't make sense. But
right around the corner.
if
Spring gonna be taken down. Juicy does manage to find one. Lysor gets the other player, Baby Door. Now it's just the double approach. Get through the connector, Lysor.
I'd end up kind of having to charge more for like individual coaching like that in a weird way, because like it doesn't do anything for my achievements or brand, if you know what I mean. Unless you go on to coach like a S tier team, like it doesn't hit like the other things, does it? And then I also don't learn as much. Whereas like when I work with Paperworks, I actually learn stuff. So it's just all around like not the best situation. What's going on here? Oh, it's eco, so they're just pushing. Okay. 4-0 down. 4-0 down. Do I need to? Actually, let's actually do some analysis. Why did Heretic suck on this retake? Dying here, traded. It is just this judge, right? And this smoke was nice. They did like Paper X called this pregnant smoke when you smoke out a little bit. So they did a pregnant smoke, which is quite good for coming out here. Yeah. So quite a nice post plant to be honest. Well, I think they call it either belly smoke or pregnant smoke. Not specifically this one, but the idea when smokes bleed out, you know. We called them OBG smokes for a while, because Brave AF, Zeddy, who plays for Brave's team, who was on Fnatic, Zeddy would do them quite a lot in situations, and so we called them OBG smokes. And OBG was the team that Zeddy played for with Brave. It's one of those things that makes me think that there's this old sorry, let me how to smoke Valorant. There's this old like image that someone made that I really hate, that I always wanted to do like a video on. It's this image here, which is completely wrong. I've talked about it a few times before, I think on stream, where it's like it's literally like it's basically saying that pregnant smokes are always wrong, and I think pregnant smokes are often right. like the amount of times that Boaster would do as purposeful, it wouldn't be quite this wide. A smoke that bled just a little bit out so that he could play next to it is extremely high. Like sometimes you want there to be this like little angle in which they can come out multiple directions because you know that they can come out multiple directions and you can play up close to it and avoid like the flashes coming out of it and stuff. Like I think this infographic is it's a good basic beginner thing because you know you generally do want your smokes to kind of hit the choke point like this, but it is definitely not correct. Like the amount of times Boaster would technically be wrong is very high, and I think Boaster has the best understanding of how to use smokes in the game. Like, and I don't think it's like super close. Like his playing around the micro details of how far the smokes bleed and stuff is very good. So yeah, I think that this image is wrong. It's like, but it kind of is designed for noobs.
Once again,
People are usually wrong when they try to flow chart Valorant. I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Looking to make an upset.
Although I guess a lot of my coaching is flow charting, I guess technically.
I mean, Spring.
Who do you think wins today between PaperX and Liquid? Obviously Liquid are gonna win 100%. It's not even gonna be close. No, PaperX obviously.
For Juicy. Let's see if they're gonna go for it right off the rip.
It's gonna be a tough game. It's gonna be a tough game.
Minor little slow up here on the approach.
And I obviously really want PaperX to win.
Being shown.
Trying to figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here.
Okay, so nice from Wolves again, reading that we can take A control. So pressure here, get the lurk out on A. Heretics playing a setup that I don't think is very good for this comp. Like I don't think that this setup is that good, honestly. It gives up too much space, I think.
Through the one way, does get a
And then also, if the attack does go C right now, the Omen isn't the player on C. Like, if you're going to play this kind of setup, I want the Omen to be here on the elbow for the paranoia. The other question, where is the orb? Is Rian's actually throwing the orb cross map?
Tremendous rip. Showstopper for Juicy. Let's see if they're going to go for it right off the rip.
I can't see where the fuck he threw it. I presume he didn't.
Minor little slow up here on the approach.
Tremendous patience being shown.
Trying to figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here.
Show me.
Little shot through the one.
Have you ever smelled your own poop? I mean, I don't hold my nose when I go to the toilet.
Spring.
You fucking psycho.
A lurk forward towards the A orb.
That's so scary.
I've heard, there's this joke, I think it's a Louis C.K. joke. It's a joke that, like, we are never going to be able to have world peace until we could smell other people's farts and admit they smell okay. Because it is just the same. It is just the same.
Not hear much, not see much.
But, like, he's right. But, like, I'm obviously not going to want to smell your fart. But it kind of makes sense. Why is it not the same? It's not. You guys are capping. It's all just the same. It's just gas coming out of your ass. Bro, but don't pretend that like you ain't. Don't pretend that when you're toxic that you're ever like, oh my god, I smell terrible. Like, it's never like that, is it, really? You've just got prejudice. You're just proving prejudice right now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a freak. I ain't smelling your farts, like I said, but...
Too Fat Baby just going to stay tucked here at tree. Looking for the linger, looking for this backstab play. They're suspicious about it, but do they have the read? They're going to try to double clear him. They nearly line up. In the end, the trade is there, 3v3.
If anything, I'm the objective one. I think mine smell the worst. Yeah, but if you think your smell's the worst, you're still you're not going to be throwing up at your own smell, if you know what I mean. Whereas, like, if it's someone else, you might be like gagging a little bit. But like, there could be there's a very easy experiment here. surely, where it's just like you release gas out and you just say, "Oh, this is your fart, by the way," and then you're like, "How bad is it?" And then and then you just do the same, but you say it's someone else's, but secretly, it's just being controlled that they're both just not from you.
2 players surviving.
Patience being shown by the Wolves, not at just the beginning of the round to avoid this.
Nice round, but it was a nice round from Wolves. Yeah, I saw the insert into tree. Insert into tree, nice little A pressure. We've got a lurk into B. Beautiful round from Wolves. I'm sorry I'm talking about farts. Yeah, I think Heretics have lost it a little bit. I don't think this is the best approach on this map. They do have the C line though. So they do have C line, and so technically this should be fine. The problem is that they're just going to be they're trying to hold A site against a Razor, which is kind of rough.
Readjust.
So like they're pretty much always gonna go one down with the Razor ult there. Benji makes an extremely nice play, but then this lurk timing is fantastic. Like, because they're playing Killjoy this side of the map, I guess the turret should see him though, right? So the turret does see him, but it's like, who cares? And they just go to B. And then leaving the lurk here is kind of cool. But what on fucking planet Earth is Boo doing, man? Just like what? Who? I don't mind if you want to jump peek a corner, but jump. Don't jump in front of your teammate who's about to peek. Like, look how easy this could have been a collapse.
They nearly line up. In the end, the trade is there, 3v3. The health advantage.
What do you think of removing ult orb from kills? Nah. I think there should be 2 orbs. You should get 2 orbs for knifing someone instead of 1. That is the biggest contribution to this game. If I ever became a dev or like interviewed at Riot, my opening proposal and presentation would be 2 orbs for knife kills. Like, bro, and then I'd set up like a round. I'd do a fake round where someone gets a knife kill and then gets ult off of it, and like ult wins the clutch, and then like pans the crowd going wild. But look how sick this could be at a tournament. Please don't. You gotta be fucking with me. That is insanely hype.
2 players surviving. Wolves 5-0.
How about remove orbs to plant defuse? No, I think that removes the skill element.
Not just the beginning of the round to avoid the C's nade, a little thing like that. But then the pivot over off of the space that Spring is taking. And when Heretics tries to collapse, Heretics has 2 on B, 2 on A. They're ready for this A hit to try to get some flanks going.
Maybe you guys are basically saying there's too many ults. If you want to remove orbs for defuses and spike plants, you're just saying that there's too many ult situations. I don't know. I like the fact that there's more decisions to be made in rounds about like the ways that you plant and don't plant and who defuses and stuff.
Much needed one to say the least. But you're getting close to Spring's ult. That Viper's
it also creates drama in rounds. Like there's tension in rounds because a player might plant the spike and get an ult. Like the knife is the same thing. It adds more tension. It's good for viewership. It's good for entertainment.
Real thorn in the side. You know, you're running a bunch of sheriffs.
If your complaint is there's too many ults, then the real suggestion is to just add more orbs. Like make it harder to get ults. But I don't think you should take it away from diffusers and plants. Because again, it adds actual tension and entertainment. How about healing to full HP after knife kills? Nah. Nah, nonsense. Nonsense. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. It kind of breaks the whole idea of like it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. The way CS does it is you get more money for knife kills, but I think you should. I think that we don't have to copy CS here. The amount of money you get in CS for a knife kill is unreasonable as well. It's way too good. Okay, what's up? Did Heretics? Heretics were eco, so not a big a deal. They've now set back to their default. So the Fade Eye deep for the Omen to get the space. A Viper Orb with Killjoy set up. They've gone back to default. They've gone back to it in their eco round though, whereas I would prefer they didn't do it on their eco round, so that it's like not so obvious what they're about to do. If you know what I mean, like if they swap to this next gun round, they're more likely to be less readable for the gun round. With that being said, Benji's farming, so.
Not get away from that Mantle Swarm. Benji Fishy now
He didn't see Lysor, right?
the peel off a second kill, but actually is going to be flushed out.
Why is your region so shit? What region are you from?
It's the commitment of the showstopper, not going to be finding the value that was so desperately needed.
By the way, what did you think about EG ulting on Eco Rants 2023? I think EG historically overused their ults. I think that you should set up rounds where you how do I explain it? I feel like they were on the most extreme side of the spectrum where they would always use ults on eco rounds. I think I prefer it if you have ults on eco rounds that make sense, where you're like, okay, we know this ult round specifically is designed for this eco round, and we're only going to use one of them, and we're going to set ourselves up for a position in which we can win a post plant with our like shit guns. Whereas I felt like EG would often just use double ults that didn't exactly put them in the best positions to win the round. And it was across multiple maps, whereas they didn't like. I would rather tailor the rounds a bit more. The second thing is that I don't mind using ults in eco rounds if you get a pick and you get a gun, and then you look like to snowball the round. I think that makes sense. I didn't like that they would set up like double ult rounds on ecos. Did this player say, oh, you're from NA? You're from NA. To be fair, I do think that NA is the best region.
Cover going out. Paranoia is not going to connect. And YU is instantaneous with a headshot. Puts him down nice and easy.
The last trophy you won was in Madrid, though. And Madrid was, by all accounts, not that competitive.
6-0. Wolves.
Like, how is your region not winning anything when you're so good? I don't get it.
Absolutely electric.
Like, how do you have the amount of talent you do? The amount of, like, you have South America and North America. And then because you only have, like, 5 NA teams, you get to consolidate all the best talent across just 5 teams. And let's be real, like, C9 and EG don't exactly get the players that the other teams do. So you have, like, 3 teams, 3 NA teams that get to consolidate all their power. And then you get, like, the best of Brazil and the best of LATAM. And you guys don't win anything. I mean, G2 NRG 100 Thieves and Sen. 4, yeah. 100 Thieves aren't great, but 100 Thieves can attract talent a bit better.
A little bit of a body by Liza.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I'm not rage baiting.
He made up for it. He did.
What did I say that's untrue?
He killed the Rays.
I mean, the funny thing about this round is, you know, Benji Fishy gets those 2 kills, and that makes Heretics.
Bro, and you come from the same country. All your teams are from the same country. My fucking raggedy ass had to pull players from farms and villages in different European countries who can't even speak the same language. Like, I don't think Magnum had seen a skyscraper before. I don't think he's seen a road. Like, we used to say he saw, like, when I went to the doctors, we say he saw a shaman. I don't know if he, it's like, I don't think Durka had seen, yeah, Durka, I don't think he'd even seen, I think he'd been to Helsinki. But, like, Durka will be the first person to tell you that Finnish people aren't the most normal of people. Like, there's a bit of a culture difference in the European teams going on. And then we also, like, again, like, there's another thing. There's this game called Counter-Strike that actually has a huge influence on this game. And no one, no one from Europe, no one from Europe that's like, you know, the best at CS came to Valorant. They just stayed in CS because they're actually good at CS. Whereas all your fucking frauds just switched over
And then it
immediately.
still ends up being the Wolves round, and just just a little bit.
A little bit more space. Still 4 ultimates here.
I had to work with Boaster. Boaster.
Those Wolves just
Boaster.
really have
Boaster
risk
was
of
my
getting
top
caught by
pick.
these C's nade combos. Seems like they
Tier
always
3
know where
UK
they're gonna
CS
go. They're
noob.
always playing back, waiting for that util to get dumped early.
Yeah. You know, Team Heretics is trying to guess at the Wolves' tendencies, and they have not found any success on that.
You had to work with FNS. Well, FNS, one of the better IGLs in the world that played in Tier 1's Counter-Strike. Like, FNS wasn't exactly the best of the best, but he was very good. And there are analysts out there that think he was very underrated in Counter-Strike. If you asked FNS who Boaster was, he wouldn't be able to tell you.
Ultimates here.
Is it actually true that Mezzi tried to go pro in Val? Mezzi would have been a part of the group of people that the Eccles gang, Eccles and Cryptix's gang probably would have begged Mezzi to join Fish123. They would have begged him, and if I was them, I would have begged them too. So maybe there were talks about it. A lot of our friends who are pretty good at UKCS, we would have begged and asked, but most of them just said no.
And those Wolves just never really at risk of getting caught by these C's.
Like Sliggy, I think, had asked Mighty Max from Endpoint a few times to come IGL because he's an IGL in Counter-Strike, and he was a pretty good one. And Ray's like, there's a lot of players he played with, like Flame. Did he play with Flamesy? Heavy God. Who's the Israeli CS player? Nerds, I think, maybe. I can't remember. There's about 3 or 4 players that they basically kind of, they were like the kind of they were the team that kind of like raised a lot of talent, you know. Spinks, that's it. Sorry, Spinks.
Yeah, this is probably one of those rounds where Wolves are just feeling it.
So I'm pretty sure Mighty Max and probably Sorrel were asked quite a few times as well.
All on his own when he got into the site. Gonna try to pivot towards B a bit.
Boo though with the retuck gets himself on the side.
I think Mighty Max joining, playing in Valorant would have solved a lot of Sliggy's problems with Team Liquid, to be honest with you. I.e. having an IGO.
Yeah, Wolves are calling a timeout.
That's a beautiful reveal, by the way. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, Wolves.
It lands really weird. Like Leo is pretty good at these ones.
Calling a timeout.
Wolves call a timeout off of that? That's fair play. So the timeout to me is I would be talking about this. How do we beat this? Let me think. So the natural, if we don't think about these ults, we don't think about them, the natural way to win the round would be to Killjoy ult into Viper ult. So we use this to exec and then we go into this post plant. The problem with doing that is that the other team has their own Killjoy ult to counter our Viper ult. So we Killjoy ult here, and then we Viper ult C. But the other team's gonna just use their Killjoy ult here. So let's actually break this down a little bit and like go through my thought process during like a timeout. So the very easy thing to be is just go here, and Viper ult. I'm thinking the Viper ult. My initial thoughts is the Viper ult should be used just like right here, like the old Fnatic one, but then this ult beats you. So my second line of reasoning is then, okay, Killjoy ult here. But my second line of reasoning, sorry, was can we get onto the site without using our Killjoy ult and then use the Killjoy ult in post plant? So we match their Killjoy ult. Like, can we get onto the site comfortably we pick up the fade ult on C. So my timeout is now looking like we fade ult, we get the fade ult C, we fade ult to exec, we save the Killjoy ult for post, and then match the Killjoy ult with their Killjoy ult. I think that would be my timeout to make it simple. The real timeout I'd be wanting to look at though is what if we Killjoy ult and then ran our Viper here and then used our Viper ult here and forced the Killjoy ult to be used. Yeah. I think this is the real timeout. You pick up the fade ult. You pick up the fade ult, you ult the fade ult onto C, you save the Killjoy ult for the post plant. You can, and then you can also use your Viper ult if necessary, but at least just match the Killjoy ults.
See what happens.
What are you motherfuckers writing?
Coming in off the back of this one.
Are you allowed to have Valor Plant open in the coaching booth? No, but you know in that chess show with the Queen's Gambit when she's like visualizing on the ceiling, like I just do that Valor Plant in my head and then explain the Valor Plant.
Plenty
You know?
of ults available here to both sides.
So yeah, we pick up fade ult, we fade ult C, we Killjoy ult in post. That's my timeout.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at a...
The reality of it is though, is that usually if it was just to talk about Killjoy ult into Viper ult, I wouldn't bother spending much time talking about this round. I'd be like, look, boys, we got Killjoy ult, Viper ult, just fucking send the Killjoy ult, then use the Viper ult post. And then I start talking about what are Heretics doing now with their defense. I'd be talking about the fact that they've switched their Killjoy Viper to C, and they're doing this stuff on A. And I'd start asking this player to be a lot more vigilant about what's happening on A. And I might suggest that can we throw in like an A rubble fight at some point, because I don't want them to feel like they can just do this and get away with it too. But it'll be back to normal game plan against this. But yeah, but if it was a situation like this where we're talking about ults versus ults, I'd probably spend most of the time out thinking about the interaction between them rather than like
very similar array of ultimates for both teams.
rather
Just
than
depends
more
on
general
if they get an
macro
orb or a plant over,
specifics.
or CU fat, or even a kill. They're going back to this 4-1 setup that they love to run at the beginning of the rounds. Again, Season 8 combo attempted early.
Oh, I'm a noob though. I completely fucked it. Rien's just got his Viper ult, so my timeout's useless. I'm a fraud.
For the pit, he's gonna rip it.
Okay, not a fraud. We still just fade ult into this.
See what the response is gonna be.
We still
They're
fade ult into
gonna
this.
go lockdown.
The only thing is we really need to nade this and then fade ult into it. I think you're fine to fade ult through it.
Lockdown stalemate here on the C site.
Oh, that's risky.
And that is exactly what
Yeah, I mean their timeout was worse than mine, to be fair.
And if you're Wolves, you say okay.
Because they've Killjoy ulted first and been matched. There's a lot of rules about ults versus ults that I have, and like this is just like you're execing into a Killjoy who has ult, and they're just gonna ult back.
Out of us, we back away. This is giving up a good amount of space and control.
I don't care that this team has fade ult. It doesn't matter.
Over towards a...
Like the way I describe it is that as long as you're the person going first most of the time, you will win. So if you fade out here, I know that the fade's probably this side of the map and not going to be on time to fade out us.
Sight though, rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not gonna fall for the
Killjoy ult did get out the Viper ult and the Killjoy ult though, which is very good. But a lot of teams are gonna just play their Raze this side of the map on this round and then just nade the fucking ult. So you have to be very careful. That's why that's why most of the round the timeout would be taken speaking about both ults, because there's so many variations of things that can happen. They've used 3 ults.
Backed out of mound.
But now that they've dodged that, that could force the pivot from Heretics. They might take this as false information. Blew up and over the top. Spike is going to be brought over towards this side, it would seem. This is just going to be over the top. Certainly would have now.
To take
Firmly a good amount of space and control over towards...
Can't you do this ult
Say okay.
Why? Okay, shouldn't Rians just stay in this ult?
We get two.
Why is Rians not staying in the ult? Shouldn't he just stay in the ult? Just tank the Killjoy?
Ults out of you, we can get one out of us. We back
Like,
away.
it's not that scary. Like, you stand here, you spit, and then you crawl here, and your teammate comes and supports. And then the other team has to run from here to kill you. It's not happening. I think Rians makes a mistake here.
This is giving up a good amount of space and control over towards a site, though. Rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not gonna fall for the detain bait.
And Benji could pop mollies, yes, but I noted that too, but he doesn't have... His molly's broken here. So I was going to say he popped molly, but his molly is broken.
This has dropped the pit. Why you just hits it straight onto Rien? So even if the pit hadn't already fallen, certainly would have now. This is false team. Dealt timeout.
I just don't know.
Set it. And then for them, go raiding other side, knife out, and just run.
Enemy remaining.
Nettie's over there. YU holding the line. That's what you love to see from the Wolves. Just smart play. We know they can shoot. And they're looking for some kind of maybe fast B hit here.
Toxins going up.
Now a fast B?
Anybody who might
Okay.
hit with a vulnerable.
No, okay. Fade ult into Viper ult. So now the combo needs to just be we fade ult XX somewhere and then just Viper ult post. Easy peasy. And then Heretics have nothing to deal with it.
Ultimately, they're going to be happy with that.
Oh my god, and Boo's just by himself? Oh, it's kind of crisp.
Comes away with two.
I think when you have a combo ult like this ready, that the fade ult, they're being cutesy. So basically, they made loads of noise here at the start of the round, and now they're fade ulting it to fake it and walking out of A, expecting this player to be a bit distracted. I quite like it. Because if we speed up quickly, we're gonna get the Viper ult down. So I don't hate it. I do prefer to keep things simple though, and just Viper, like just do. If we have an exec ult and then a post plant ult, like usually I just prefer to do that. But
concerned about a potential push out from Mound.
Benji.
Here on the entry to Benji Fishy back.
now we've lost our ults.
Peek into the connector.
Again, nice lurk in.
Maybe challenging Benji.
And still full util setup.
But we are cool.
Situated here on the entryway. Turkey's cleared though. Draws the attention of Benji Fishy back over towards B. Peek into the connector. Paranoid from Lysor at the ready.
It's weird that he just stood in the middle with nothing on B side.
Coming down, dodges the Haunt. Smoke going to be coming through. Juicy. Pressured here from multiple angles now. Fights back in.
He gets one. That's kind of big.
This would be a back-breaking round loss for Heretics.
They don't have any util. Just gonna have to dry peek through.
Did you like M80 Lotus comp? I don't think so. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't think so. Let me have a look.
They know exactly where the Omen is at. Push forward, Woot winning out the fight. 3 players surviving. Heretics find their second round win.
Yeah, just Boo this time.
Which comp was it? Sorry. You mean this Teo comp?
Gets those 2 huge kills.
Or do you mean like this old comp? I really do not like this at all.
Really opens up a lot of space for them. Good work by the Wolves to find some open of their own, but numbers were
yeah, I think this is dreadful. I'm not a fan. I can understand why.
Yep, absolutely.
I can understand the reasonings, but I don't think it's good reasonings.
You're gonna feel good about it. Still sitting on the Viper's pit for spring, but plenty of money for the
It has very good control. It has good rubble control and defense, and then it's awkward. It's the kind of comp that's awkward for teams to run into if they don't understand the map that well. But you got to remember, there's 3 bomb sites, so like at a certain point you're going. There's so many choke points you can go through. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, technically 6 that you can go through. So the triple senti gives like it kind of wins the rubble fight, kind of, but you can still beat it. And then as long as you get map control, there's at least some choke points that are going to be weak. Like they can't have their Sentinel util cannot cover everything for a hard hold everywhere. So the advantage of like Sentinels is to be
Big A contested.
strong on defense, but on three site maps, you cannot literally hard hold 3 sites at a time, no matter how much util you have.
Spray down on the juicy, 2 players dead off the
And then you get to
round.
attack side, you're triple Sentinel.
Heretics very well poised to get that 3rd round win now.
Didn't Foot also play Sage at one point? Yes, and it was bad. They still beat us, but it was bad.
Even if you start making this close, Miniboo has.
It was one of the few times
So as long as he's not
I
there
knew
early,
something
that's
was
going
bad
be
and
a
we lost
hefty
to it. That
concern.
was a bit annoying. I think maybe one of the only times that I felt embarrassed, to be honest,
Util, prowler around the back,
losing to a specific comp.
willing to note anyone.
There's just nothing being given up here by the Heretics. They've got everything on lockdown, complete map control.
Thoughts on TSM Solar Harbor comp on Icebox? Not playing Viper on that map is trolling.
Alarm bot right on the other side there for this double stack.
Like
Alarm bot
it's
cleared.
not, that shouldn't even be controversial.
Alarm bot cleared. Spots them both out. Finds the first, finds the second.
Just
Off, up.
A rubble fight, lose it, and then they double stack in this
double
position.
stack.
To be fair, Wolves,
Bot cleared. Spots them both out. Finds the first, finds the
this guy does hit shots, doesn't he? He's very good in these situations. Like on the chamber on Pro, he did it too.
And that's gonna be Spring.
30
Why you
seconds
dead simultaneously?
Why you dead?
Tuck around the corner here.
Why you dead? Why you dead?
Amy now in a one
No way.
position cannot
Why
do
you
so.
dead?
Sees grabbing him, trying to pull him in. A lick
Okay.
good ability.
For it.
3.
By you. And it's they can find their open space on the map. Uh-oh.
Oh,
They went
nice.
from reading these to
Nice.
disrespecting them and being punished by it.
Nice little combo. Respect from Heretics there.
Off the very start, why you getting spammed down through the Viper wall at B. It's another rocky start to the round here.
And now you have no ability to gather info. You're just gonna have to brute force your way
Do
through.
you agree with Sticky that these high-lows are terrible? This high-low isn't great. This high-low is not
Double
great.
stack.
Why do I not think this high-low is good?
Clear.
Because if you looked for half a
Stop
second
for
there,
this double stack.
Alarm bot.
look at where their heads are. They're on the same line. A high-low should be one up here and one down here. I think this high-low is not amazing. I think it's a fine thing to do, but it's not amazing. The Prowler fucks them so hard, though. Personally, I quite liked the Alpha Chronicle one that they tried as like a little mix-up idea. And I don't hate the one here, but this one's now really obvious. Like, everyone knows it. High-lows are good situationally. It also depends what comps you're playing against. Truthfully, a Prowler coming this way in an instant swing is quite rare. It's not the most common idea. So,
Bot cleared. Spots
depends
them
what
both
high-lows
out.
it is. I'm not blanket.
Shows the
Like,
first
I
he
do.
sets.
I'm
That's
not
gonna be
I'm not
Spring.
blanket
Why you
against
dead
high-low
simultaneously.
subs.
When-
Out of the work. That was open.
Do you think the problem with Heretics and Macro thing are individuals? I would argue that Lotus doesn't look too different to Macro in the past, but I would argue they're shaky on Lotus. My argument would be that the Macro is not enabling their players to play well individually, but they of course aren't playing that well either.
Very start, why you getting
But I would focus on the Macro first. Like, to me, my style was always like the macro sets. The macro is everything to
through the
me.
Viper wall at B. It's
Like,
another
players
rocky
cannot
start to
play
the round.
well. Like, if players play well with bad macro, it's just
You're
random.
just gonna have to
It's just
brute
luck.
force your way through
And I
something.
prefer to minimize luck.
Taking their time. Benji's been a
But for some teams, they don't play like that. But I think Heretics are one of these teams that does think about the game a bit deeper. So, like, I think that it's fair to criticize them with that philosophy in mind. I think for some teams, it's not fair to criticize them in that same way. Because they maybe don't really think about the game like that. But I think you probably should do most of the time.
Nothing alive, starting to run things back. A 4th round win.
Am I helping PaperX for the Swiss stage? I have given them notes. I gave them some notes about their last games.
anymore. Gotta wait out at the beginning of the round a little bit.
I gave them some notes about their last games.
I know there that maybe you think you're safe. Hold the phone.
We'll be able to find.
And told them some things about Team Liquid. Told them some things.
So you got to be fine to go ahead and hold on to his weapon here. I mean, Lifesor able to
Seaside deep positioning, excellent. He has been really annoying to deal with for
the preparation process is different though. Like it's not the same. Like if I did the same preparation for PaperX I did for Fnatic, it wouldn't work.
No C's nade this time. Patience being shown here by Heretics. They've dipped into that well enough. They've gotten their value.
Lockdown gonna be sent here off
okay.
Brienne's gonna try to reposition, wants to take a more aggro position here. As it shows up and now, going to be invested, some damage gonna be suffered, but
he still gets one after all that. After all that, he still gets one. Nice flood in attempt, but Viper ults down quick, so it's just beautiful from Heretics, not gonna lie, that's beautiful. That's very nice round. So they were ready for the flood in, and they didn't even accept this Viper ult to hurt them. They just paranoia elbow instantly and double satchel in. So actually a really nice round from Heretics.
And they kicking themselves. See though, pistols have been on their Wolves are ordered. They are giving the.
I thought Benji was like annoyed.
Locking a low price for 3.
Yeah, I don't know if it's fair to make the comment I was thinking, but for a second there I was thinking that Minibu is, I don't know, am I biased because I know Minibu seems quite emotional, but like, it's good to have a player who's like celebrating hard, but like I see Minibu like with that much energy and I'm like a little bit worried in a weird way, but would I be saying that if it was Durka? Probably not. It's tough.
The rest out of that connection,
getting value kind of well, you just basically guaranteed the kill. We'll see what happens though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the
hello, Mr. Yes Sir.
Tournament. Can this be their first? As they look to take this all the way to Ascent.
What I'm trying to imply is that like if like with emotional states, like this might be a very simplistic way to see it, but let's say this is like let's say this is like a high energy, like this is high and this is low energy, like I feel like I would prefer someone who we know is prone to some like confidence issues, maybe over emotions, like to be a bit more like this, you know, than to be literally up here, because I'd imagine the drop is higher, you know. Obviously, to expect a player to literally be like this is just not realistic. So like you're gonna react to things, you're gonna feel bad, and you're gonna go up and down. But like when it's like up here, my question is, does it then? What happens after this? Like, because to me that looked a little bit relentless. That like it could drop. Rienz is like that most of the time. There are players who I would argue don't show their emotions. So like, you know, I think Leo was like one of these kind of people on paper, but I do think he was a bit more like this. It's just that he showed not a lot of emotion. I think Kron is a little bit the closest to this that I've coached. I think Kron is probably the closest, or at least like maybe Kron's is a bit more like this, but he's better at understanding what this means. Like he has good emotional maturity especially during pressure situations, officials and stuff. I feel like he was pretty decent consistently at like dealing with that stuff.
The alarm bot at the front of the door.
You know, not everyone's perfect. There are probably still times where like it wasn't perfect,
Over
but
at A, but there's a smoke there.
he was the one that had the most control. It felt like.
Basically guaranteed to kill. We'll see what happens though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the tournament. Can this be their first?
Standard default from Wolves. The thing about Heretics and EMEA is there were times in which they played and they would default here, wait here for about a minute, and then just be blocked here, and then the other team would have one player here and like 4 people here. And so I'm wondering if Heretics end up doing that again, where they just like default here, they have no pressure A, they get blocked, and then they don't know what to do.
Just the alarm bot. At the front
No
of the door.
A from Rienz, that's true. Maybe it's a weird... Yeah, that's true.
Over at A, but there's a smoke
It's just an XXC
strat.
I presume that this wall is to get more into this space and to cycle smokes here. I don't think this wall is actually very good though. I don't think this part of the wall is actually that good. Like you can just walk behind this wall and kill people. Let's see. They are pushing deep immediately. And I mean, they did so well that they're just open planting and playing passive. I think that their intention was to come up here. But like I said, I don't think this part of the wall really stops people just coming behind it and then just waiting and then just killing you. So if it was this wall... Wait, one sec. I can't draw a straight line. This wall seems more interesting to me. Where you cycle... You have people here cycling this wall. This part of the wall. And you cycle smoke one way too. Could be kind of cool. That's a strat I do.
3v5 now, looking for the retake, and overall, players on Heretic still...
Yeah, you one way cycle Viper wall. And then you could even just leave one player up here to be an asshole and waste time or something, I don't know.
From the side of Wolves, still the paranoia.
Can you use yellow? It's more recognizable.
Clear out the close angles here, but no one gonna get blinded up by that. A paint shell available for
Yeah, it's a bit better. Usually yellow's not the best color for stuff like that, but it is better. You're right.
Still not yet being found. Lineup is there though. Juicy finding 2, pushes forward into the smoke. Who able to flush him out? Lifesor now all alone. Gets the reload off the smoke. Gone. Finds the line it up. Finds the headshot. But needs
you gotta be shitting me.
Tries to go for the turn. Benji Fishy. He's gonna try to just jump shot him here with a ghost. He's just able to make it happen. Heretics will find their first pistol win of the tournament.
That's as close as it gets. It's a great opener here off the back of the fade.
Losing pistol and starting game slow is probably an argument, an easy argument. It's a little bit copium, but it is one of the arguments you could use for why Heretics struggled.
Huge for Heretics.
Sorry, what?
I mean, it's very necessary.
He gets the woot through the wall. They know they've got YU pinned on the stairs. Just barely gets the wallbang headshot.
Is this the one where he touches the wall?
An absolute
There's not a chance I wouldn't be.
Grounding.
Not commenting on that.
Pressure
I don't.
towards C.
I don't know what it is, but that. Could you logically explain to me why touching the wall there makes any logical sense? And yeah, I get it. Like, I get it. I understand. And yet I don't know why. If you tried to explain that to an alien, that like, oh yeah, it just makes sense. He's touching the wall. It's funny and weird, but like it kind of makes sense.
Caught.
It's he needed it for support.
Down seven by so much damage
Yeah,
down to
yeah, I
22.
guess. Yeah.
Really
Trying to
wants
grind
eliminate
himself.
Henry.
Okay, okay. You guys sound like you've been to therapy. Like I wouldn't be able to verbalize that.
Renz maybe now thinks that it's clear, but given the
Hey
smoke,
Doba, how you doing?
have to assume that he could still be in that spot.
Toxins going up.
He's definitely wary of it.
Door chipped away at Prowler, not going to be able to go deep enough to actually fully clear it out. But if anybody
5 o'clock. Okay, I got
you'll almost certainly have the
2 more hours that I can stream. 1 to 2 more hours. I'm getting hungry though.
Lysor's dead. Overkill.
Okay, easy, easy. 7-7, easy.
2-12 and 3. It's been a brutal run for him.
Instant seize nade flash on an anti-bonus. So Heretics are in a good position.
I mean, a guy who was so impactful in the fragging.
If they get a sight, they got nothing to retake with. So if they do hit the C site, oh, what is this?
Deep, deep
Benji,
nano
fishy.
being set up.
Is it landing back pillar?
Right at the door is the nano and the alarm bot here. For Wolf.
Oh, look at me, I'm a genius. Yeah, so it landed back
Being set up, but right at the door is the nano and the
back
alarm
pillar
bot
C
here for
CT
Wolf.
flood.
He's going to be avoided. Why you and Spring able to find one apiece?
But we're hard execing into a Viper orb.
Here.
Just
For Wolves.
I don't hate the idea because they're low buy technically. But you can't hard force your way through a fucking Viper orb. You know that they've used 3A and you know they're probably double Senti kind of vibes. See, running through a Viper orb on C is like asking to die.
Why you and Spring able to find one apiece? Solid trying to shut down a bonus conversion, but they're not ready for Boo to be here. Paranoia.
Oh, that flash is so unlucky.
Spring will mow down the remainders. Gets himself a 4.
How much slack do you cut TH based on the schedule and the number of comps they had to change? I don't cut them much slack at all, no. No, I don't. I think even if you asked them, could they cut slack, they wouldn't. They would shy away from that. I think they have a good enough mindset to say that's a fucking bullshit narrative. I think that if we're talking about them trying to go top 4, I think it's more difficult. If we're talking about losing to Paper Rex in the manner they did, and then losing to Wolves in the manner they did, they would say it's unacceptable. It's not real.
Wolves regain the lead.
Yeah, just a nice
They are better than that, and they know it.
some of that util at the front door to stall things up. Player up on the platform, another at the stairs. Set up that crossfire.
Thank you,
Spring. Give those
Mashcast.
opportunities
Thank you very much for the
to
sub. I
left
appreciate it.
most of the time.
Neil took blame on the team.
Let's
That
get on
doesn't
your feet.
surprise me.
You can get the energy going.
That doesn't surprise me.
Right now, feels like it is all Heretics. They have made to try to see if they could catch it early, but
Neil's a good enough coach
not
to
even
take the
thinking
blame.
that direction.
It does buy them space for Juicy to grab the orb at A. So now he himself is one away from having a showstopper online.
Bro, I thought he was going to do it again. Oh, and they're doing it again. Okay, at least this time they're waiting for the Viper orb.
Chaotic here. If he's able to find it. Same nano lineup up
I
and over
think.
the top.
No, they're not.
Where the setup here is.
Oh, there's a seagull. Oh shit! Oh, he flew away. I was gonna show you the seagull. Fuck. There's a seagull on my window. Yeah, more interesting than Heretics execing through Viper orbs. This is terrible. Don't dox myself. Bro, if you can figure out my exact address from looking at the window, then fair enough. You could probably dox me, it'll be a tiny dox, but it's not a big enough dox that I would care. Yeah. If I was a mean YouTuber, I could make a video. This would be one of the chapters in the video. So what chapters would there be? There would be a chapter on Viper Orb, like CXX against Viper Orb. They've now CXX twice through a Viper Orb. That would be a little chapter. What are the chapters we got? Maybe just a whole chapter on Pro B site. Would this actually be a good YouTube video? I think it probably would be. Pro B site would be a chapter. Is there anything else? Do we even bother talking about the roles? You could do some role stuff. I don't think it's actually that big a deal. Pick ban. I don't think you could go pick ban. I'd happily do something on the veto, but my analysis would be that I don't think the veto was bad. So like it would be here, and I would show a picture of Pansy flaming on the tweet, but I wouldn't agree with the veto being bad. I think this is the juicy. This is like the juicy in-game stuff. Euro TP on Pro. Counterpoint Gianni. Woot can play Omen. That would be. It's not just about roles. It's also like identity. Okay, like what's the identity of the team? With Woot. Bro's doing TMV's homework. I might be, yeah. Is there anything else? On defense, I mean, defense Lotus, this setup kind of ass, I think. The Killjoy Viper, I don't think it's the best setup in the world. You could do a little chapter on that if you want to. I think this is the big stuff, though. This is the juicy big stuff where you could just, like, isn't it kind of obvious that this is just dog shit? Like when I show you they are literally executing through a Viper Orb, you guys know that's not good, right? Like that's pretty obvious, right?
Set up here.
Like they're going too quick.
The showstopper gets pulled and many moves immediately dealt with. Response, however.
Okay, never mind.
Still looking good.
The chapter still exists, but
a double kill as Rienz finds another. 1 HP, but this plant can come through.
they don't have role issues. They don't have role issues. It's just that they have Woot who. It doesn't seem like he's settled into what exactly. It's a bit like Alpha Year like before Alpha Year went back to Sentinel fully, where it's like it almost felt like Alpha had like a bit of like a question marked identity. They have strats issues. I think they do have some strats issues.
Forward into the smoke. Paranoia.
He ulted late, by the way. What's this clip? Why are you first time messaging some clip?
Paint shell built up, send, thrown here at his feet.
How did you solve that identity issue? Well, I mean, I didn't solve anything. How do you solve it though? Is you just have a more aligned role for Woot and his place on the team, I guess.
The opener here, a little bit of a misguess at the beginning of the round. The Killjoy util, a lot of it was actually at the front of B site here for the Wolves. So
not the whole year at all.
And Heretics are able to just flood through.
Wait, what are we arguing about here? Heretics looked good. They looked mediocre to bad at kickoff. They looked stage 1 until deep playoffs. They were good. After stage 1 playoffs, like until like stage 1 versus I guess Fnatic. And even did they even look good in the game they played in the lower bracket? They beat Liquid 3-0. They looked decent, I guess, yeah. So it was in the Fnatic games where they looked like ass. Yeah. My argument was that these two maps that Heretics would win on against Fnatic, which I think is still true, but their pro is clearly not as good as what it should be. And then they had to play Icebox and Fracture. Yeah.
Through and get that man advantage, but man advantage be damned.
They looked like the
Juicy.
best team in the world. I disagree. They looked very good. They looked like, to me, they looked like a top 3 team in the world. But obviously, knowing now the context of everything, like, that's probably wrong, I guess.
Very aggressive.
I don't think they look like the best team in
You
the
know,
world.
you see it a lot, even in 2v4s. They'll try to go for pickoffs. They'll try to get into position.
Oh, I
where
guess
they can
Team
do
Liquid,
damage
okay.
even when the round is basically over.
Does paper rec? Oh my god, B3N, thank you very much. My god, Ben's just gifted me a fuck ton. Ben's gifted 50. That's an oiler right there. That is you know how I said I was going to Portugal? Ben might be the person that the Villa Fund is yeah, the Villa Fund's given it. Thank you very much. I'm not gonna read everyone's name out, but thank you very much, Ben. I'm gonna scroll through the list. Who's got the funniest name? Mr. Shaking My Head is pretty funny. I am Groot 7. Acre the dog. Acre's lurking. Acre's a fucking dog. That's my dog right there. Thank you very much, Roxus or Rox. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, everyone say, where's the VIP? Ben's got to get a VIP for this. We want to hear every name. Look at Cryptix as well. Cryptix, that guy's rich too, by the way. That guy's rich. Why is there nothing from Cryptix, by the way? Not even subbed. Not even subbed. That guy can afford it. I would sub, but I wouldn't give you a penny. Well, you don't get to be VIP. This is the Cryptix, everyone that used to play for Team Liquid before we got him fired. I think you guys might not remember this, but we got him fired because he claims he left, but he got fired. We noticed that Cryptix played every single round on Haven in this angle. And so we made a whole strat designed around just killing him on this angle with a C-split. We had a C-split where we had a stun, a Killjoy Nano breach stun, I think. Literally designed for him. And then we started calling this position Cryptix. So if you ever hear Fnatic calling this Cryptix, it's because of Cryptix. Still kill 2 every time. We can fact check this one. Okay, can we fact check this one? I think we can. He didn't think I'd do it, but let's have a look. When would this have been? It would have been a long time ago. I'm gonna see here or here. Oh, we played you quite a lot. Oh, Haven. You did not kill us every time. You did not get 2 every time, Cryptix. I've caught you. I've caught you. There's receipts. Bro. Is there a VOD? There is a VOD. Let's see. Let's see what the anti-strat was.
So how?
Okay, he's not playing that this round. He's not playing that this round. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, and he's changing it up here. He is changing it up.
Hearing this,
You can see, we're ready. We're ready.
Find. I wonder how much
Oh, actually, we didn't have breach. So what did we do? Did we just hard clear this angle every time?
Walk down.
I guess we had the drone coming through, and then we just had the molly ready. Let's see what he does here. What's he doing? He's backside. Oh, he's just dead. Dirk has fucking owned it. Oh, he's been so fucking owned. He's not had a chance, to be fair, right? We'll leave the VOD review there for Cryptics. We'll come back to it another time. No one wants to watch a noob play Valorant, to be honest with you.
And they find their moments.
he did one tap you through a smoke. I can't really flame him. Can't really flame that.
A little bit of a force here.
Yeah, Cryptics doesn't play anime games anymore. Pathetic children games like Valorant.
In hand here for Heretics.
Okay, anyway, back to review. So Heretics with the rubble control. And this time Wolves aren't going for it aggressively, they're just playing like a stacked kind of firing squad, I guess.
In hand here for Heretics.
I mean, there's a low buy force attempt from Heretics. I would prefer if our IGL wasn't the person taking the space, to be honest with you. But
they can't convert. So much confidence in their own ability.
it felt like one of the things I'm looking at already is this idea that Heretics only play like they play fairly 4 to 5 man Lotus right now, in a way where they're not confident to take timings on Rubble without just brute forcing it. If Mini was in the TH, he would insta bench someone because this is just what he does when his team loses. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're telling me that I wouldn't find someone to replace all these players right now? Like, you're telling me that I couldn't find someone?
Lone Flash now gone.
They'd all be gone. I'd bench myself, man. I'd be benching myself at this point.
Potential pivot into B, given that they do have
maybe Magnum would be a good replacement for Wu.
Sheriff shot here. Will just be the clear on the KJ.
I've got a hype chest, guys. I got a hype chest. I'm opening the hype chest. Nice, guys. We did it. We got a goblin jam emote. Thanks, Ben. I think off the back of Ben's subs, we've opened up this. Let's go. Get your goblin jams in the chat, everyone. Get those fucking goblin jams going.
Got a hell of a pinch set up. This does
Bro, you guys, why can't you guys do it? Why don't I see the jams? If you didn't gift during the hype train, you don't get one. Bro, that's a good way to lie. If that's a lie, that's a good way to make money, sorry. Thank you very much, Zexa or Zexa. Zexa, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Only the hype train winners know. Bro, well, I mean, there's still plenty of time. We can make another Goblin Jam hype train. God almighty, I sound like a fucking idiot, don't I? Fucking streaming. You sound like such a moron streaming. Just to let you know, Magnum and me are hate watching right now. Okay. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Benji rewrapping his life sword. Able to find one. Does eventually get flushed out the Vandal, finding value.
To be fair, I have been brutally... I was kind of brutal to both Magnum and Doma recently. I said to Doma that, because Victoria was explaining how... Oh my god.
It's just not there.
Oh my god.
Finds a kill there as Vance comes away with a kill. Miniboot up and over the top of rope.
Really?
Spike plant gonna be interrupted, and now it's on the floor. Spray going absolutely monstrous.
Miniboot should just be planting.
The tap of the plant, the time.
Why didn't he just plant? I mean, obviously Spring has fucked them, but why didn't Miniboot just plant? Yeah, as I was saying, I was being mean to Doma recently because Victoria said that the Korean teams keep putting players on the academy team on the bench and then like trying to motivate them to get back to like good form, because a lot of them are just like, you know, to motivate them back into being like reasonable people again. And I said that's what Doma needed instead of getting kicked. And then Magnum, what did I say about Magnum? Magnum tweeted something. What is the tweet? It was kind of mean. It might have been one of the meanest tweets I think I've ever done. I felt a little bit bad. Where was it? I felt a little bit bad. I thought it was good though, but a little bit bad. Where is it? Bro, I tweet too much shit, man. Where is it? Has he deleted it? Surely not. Bro, how far back do I need to go? Magda said something about my story on Fnatic, and then I said, yeah, and then chapter 2 is you getting kicked for alpha or something.
Otherworldly.
Something quite mean.
Yeah.
Quite mean. I apologize a little bit.
Shot the other guy.
But I need to, if I can't be mean with you, then how am I supposed to be mean? Like, I want to be a bit meaner.
Wanting to tell them not.
Yeah, you got replaced by VLR stats.
Heavy investment,
Pretty
though,
much.
for the Wolves.
Actually,
Can
no, Doma, you
round.
didn't. Magnum got replaced by VLR stats because Alpha, yeah.
turn the economy
Alpha,
advantage
yeah.
into their favor.
Like, Magnum wasn't bad.
Sending out some smokes. Again,
It's just
trying to
Alpha,
pay as
yeah.
much attention as they can on the seaside. It worked a bit, actually. They pulled
Doma,
some
yours is
players
worse
off of
because
A.
you didn't get replaced by
Opened up a
VLR
little bit of space for
stats.
them.
Really?
They just got shut down by Spring and Lysor.
Nano to clear some nanos there at C. Alarm bot's going to be set
We all know you downgraded after me.
staring at each other.
I mean, our results were pretty good, though.
Continuously bringing out, however, 52 rounds remaining for Lysor.
Bro, let's fact check this one. Let's fact check. Let's just fact check. Doma, one sec. We're fact checking. Downgrade. Downgrade. So kick Doma. You got to remember, this is like prime. This is like we weren't expected to even make it out of our group levels. I think like people were very low on us. People thought in this group that we would probably come like 3rd or 4th, and I think a lot of people had us coming 4th. And so we 5-0'd our group pretty easily, pretty fucking easy peasy for us, you know. And then we beat, you know, we don't lose to Gambit, and then. This can be explained by 2 substitutes, and the player that Doma is saying was downgrading us technically wasn't involved with these games. So you could say that that player can make an argument that it was, you know, an upgrade, I guess.
A little bit of damage there on the mini boo, but certainly not the big value.
How many 2v2s, 2v1s did me and Magnum win? I don't remember that. 10 out of 100. Actually, I do. Actually, that's funny. Doma's referring to like, yeah, you two were not very good in 2v1s. I remember that actually. Yeah. There was a complete lack of synergy going on with you two. Like, almost like, yeah. Some players you're just not very good in clutches with, I think. Like, that's just how it is. And it's just always the case. Like, there's people I play, like, CS with still, who are like, even in our shit face-it games, I'll be like, I know I'm not going to win this clutch with this player. Because there's just like an off-syncness.
2 of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Look around in from behind, looking to try to find the Viper, and they found him.
Is this just another B finish round?
Push forward towards the door.
Okay, one thing again. So one thing about... So that they're kind of in a triangle here, but I'd love for this player to be more up here, and so that we can actually contest this space. Like I said about Sentinels yesterday, that like Sentinels almost didn't use this wall and would flood back here with people. And they didn't have anyone here. They didn't have any. They would have maybe one person here, and then they'd flood this backside. But actually, this player was mostly back here anyway. So I'd argue it was like this. Heretics are actually doing a kind of like triangle-ish kind of setup. But by not having someone here, the threat on this space is low, and so essentially Minibu is Minibu is by himself. Wait, I'm getting confused because blue. I'm confused. So Minibu is just isolated. I would prefer them to have a player closer so that they can actually crossfire a little bit and actually make plays.
Nano to clear some nanos there.
And even here, I'd say that this Viper ult should just come down, and this player should be rotating this way and being ready to support Minibu, to be honest with you. i.e. Benji.
See, alarm bot's gonna be set up.
This alarm bot would probably need to be slightly closer up to the choke so that he's got like range a little bit more to actually make a play with Miniboo. So yeah.
Staring at each other.
Oh, he's off. Oh, I'm losing my mind. I just did a whole... Okay, I did a whole VOD review of fucking Wolves on defense. Okay, I've lost my mind. Even what I just said, the irony here is that with Wolves, I wouldn't even go into that level of detail about it usually, because I don't really know their structure in the game. But you can see like the way I would analyze Heretics is a bit deeper. I mean, I guess it's a bit biased, but I think that Heretics generally, and I know how good they can strategize. I would say this looks better in general than what Heretics were running, but I think that the next layer is to like actually have Crossfire here. That was a bit better. So Juicy was completely overwhelmed. I'm glad that the HUD isn't incorrect. I thought for a second that the HUD was like wrong. And then Viper ult post for Rians. So it should be a fairly easy round to close out. I don't like what Benji's doing here. I think he's isolating himself far too much. Nice alarm bot to like cover himself, but like surely with this alarm bot you can just sit here. I don't really understand why he's in the open by himself. Like he doesn't want to go behind the smoke necessarily, but he should. Like that, like genuinely very bad from Benji. Like I don't love isolating individuals, but this is very poor.
TPs towards upper, joins in.
Like very poor. I know some of it's because he doesn't want to play behind the smokes, but there's going to be a timing in which like the Viper ult allows him to just sit here for a long time and be the last player almost to play. And they're playing back here. I just stay alive back here. Like it's not that deep. He's played this very badly.
Benji Fishy going to be taken down. Two of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Look around in from behind. Looking to try to...
Like this side of the ult is covered from Omen. The other players just need to sit. One player sits here, one player sits here. Even behind this choke point's probably fine. You obviously don't want to put everyone in this choke point because they could isolate it off with like a smoke or like Yuto. So I guess that's why Benji wanted to cover the other side of the ult, but I would be baiting my teammates fully if I'm Benji. There's not a chance that I'm not baiting there.
And then he realized that take a nice opener there, but then
yeah, I would just be baiting hard if I'm Benji. It's correct to bait sometimes, you know? Just to play for your life is correct a lot of the time. Why doesn't Viper do that ult that comes be Link in heaven? It's just... it's probably better. Probably is better. Who would you bench from Team Heretics? Kukuka?
Able to trade it back, find some revenge here for his brother. Again, it's such a critical pick.
With this Viper, you can probably just take time. Exactly, yeah. Oh my god. I mean, so the nade instant kills, Boo with the double TP into the corner, gets the refrag. And I do like the fact that Heretics are using like 1-4. So like they are actually pressuring the line. So if you see teams go 5A, this player will just get the line and then know that they can play for this side of the map, right? Whereas Benji's pressuring the line, so this player doesn't have information on C. So obviously Heretics could have numbers here. This player doesn't know. So it's harder for them to commit 4 people this side of the map. But that being said, obviously at the start of this round, they're making a lot of noise. So we'll see how it transpires. I guess Wolves are just basically calling Heretics on their shit here. They're basically saying that we've just stacked wherever Heretics goes, usually is where they end. And Wolves are just calling them on that. They're not getting complicated about like leaving C. And then also, okay, Wolves have Killjoy ult for retake C. I think this is probably the biggest factor. Like Wolves are actually playing around stuff, it seems. Like, they are playing pretty good. Like, to recognize that we can just play Killjoy alt retake is pretty good. There are a lot of teams that do not do that, and I have to find nice things to say about teams sometimes on broadcast when I would prefer not to when they're doing shit like this, but Wolves are actually doing pretty good.
With this turret being cleared, a little bit of another kind of fake here from Benji.
Do you think BLG versus Wolves are going to be 50-50? I haven't. I watched more this game from like a balance perspective, and I'm kind of happy with what Wolves are doing a lot of the time. Not like, obviously, like for what I expected. I thought they were going to be like the worst team at the tournament, and they're not. Billy, I was watching mostly Sentinel's POV in the game I watched.
That spot behind the tree, Juicy does fall. Player advantage now here for the side of Heretics.
Surely you pull up TMV's VOD now the game's about to end? No, I'm going to watch the next game as much as I can. I'm
not quite going to be able to connect. Woot desperately trying to get a breakthrough. YU at the same time has arrived, has a lockdown, but
I'll spend an hour. I got like an hour left before I need to go to the gym. I asked my friend if he can go in an hour.
For the side of Wolves, just one bulldog for YU.
Just see his reaction. Okay, I can put like someone give me. Can someone link his VOD, and I can see his reaction.
Of Eco here for the side of Wolves, just one bulldog for YU. Mini Boot gonna grab an outlaw then, knowing the economic situation that his opponents are in, and it will be one shot onto every.
Are you actually happy to be streaming this long? This isn't that long. I mean, I'm not happy that I've not eaten food, and I'm not very good at it yet, in terms of like understanding how to live my life while streaming.
See if they're going to be able to make a go of this. It's just YU back through the defender spawn. Everybody else pushing forward in towards A lobby. Benji Fishy going to be good for one. The Paranoid connecting, holding down M1, runs out of bullets.
The problem is I had a meeting this morning that went on too long, and then I just wanted to start the stream immediately. So what I might do is quickly get a protein shake and down a protein shake, and then we'll watch the next game.
YU.
Yeah. They might not look like it yet, but I'm being on joke.
Over time, who knows? Benji playing that angle very, very nicely, and that's outlaw. Nothing. Spring. Thought maybe there'd be a timeout considered. Back into the Odin. Spring.
They're playing.
With YU.
Okay, Viper, Killjoy, Aggro Man. Okay. I mean, they just prodded it a little bit. The Wolves didn't overcommit.
Any risks.
Chinese teams that, like, in the past, they would do shit like this. They would do shit like this, but they would stay. Whereas, like, nowadays, they at least know not to. like, yeah. The Chinese teams last year would have just stayed on this mound the entire time with a Viper Killjoy.
Holding wide. It's tucked back over in towards the site, though. Not taking any risks.
Do you think Cypher has a place on this map still? It never had a place on this map. I think that Killjoy's always been better. Killjoy Viper's always been better than Cypher.
Kind of is the direction they're thinking about. Turret on the other side there. I mean, it has been the consistent.
You look like Forsaken soon. I don't think I will. Forsaken's way too lean for me. Like, I don't think I could ever be as lean as Forsaken. I like eating shitty food too much.
Wants to try to shut them out of a sight. Here goes a Nightfall.
Just on a timing. Bit of information going to be gathered there. This does allow for Heretics to just.
You feel like Vice is still best on this map? I think Vice is reasonable. I think you have to. I think with the nerf, you have to be very good at Vice to make it work the best, though. I think Heretics played before their usual standards, but maybe some of these issues have been there for a while. And Wolves are better than I thought they were. Because I didn't really watch China this year. What
But
nerf?
it's around the back, and
Vice
Nexus
Vice
from
Thorns
nowhere.
got nerfed a while back.
The time.
The detain is there, but the time is certainly not. Benji Fishy just now picks it up, but the round was already done and dusted once again.
Did you finally find the ultimate tofu recipe? I honestly have not tried them. I've been so lazy about cooking. Like, I've been ordering food way too much. So I haven't tried the recipes. Let me have a look after this round.
Looking to take down EMEA.
The ultimate recipe for me is like I really like hot pot, where you just basically you just cook the tofu but not fry it, and then you dip it in some fucking lovely sauce. Like, that to me is prime tofu. I don't really like silken tofu.
It's just Miniboo and Benji Fishy against the world. Juicy in the corner. Real chance to try.
I mean, they executed through a Viper Orb again. They went through a Viper Orb again. Mapo Tofu, I like Mapo Tofu, but it's like, yeah, I guess I could do Mapo.
Reload necessary. Spike in hand here. But where do they try to go? Tap on the door to try
Tofu's
to
all
slow some
texture
down.
spongy.
Smoke gonna be
If you have bad tofu, it's bad. But if you get it cooked nicely, it's nice.
To get the plant potentially. But when are they going to make
Do you
their
think
move?
Pacific is currently so much better than other regions?
They're not giving them the opportunity
No.
to find any freebies.
No.
Either side.
Pacific could win,
But Miniboo dead. Benji Fishy
but I don't think they're the best region.
versus 3.
The problem though is that the MIBR and Sentinels kind of looked really shaky. MIBR were terrible.
They're gonna be able to rewrap. He's gonna try to fake it out, but they
So,
have a numbers
it's tough.
advantage. Juicy scaling
At
forward,
this
takes the
tournament
point.
so
Benji
far,
Fishy. Here's it.
APAC might be the best, but the best team in APAC, I don't think RRQ are better than Fnatic or G2. To be honest with you. I mean, Genji are obviously good. Right, where's this TMV clip? XLG? I haven't watched China much. Where's this clip? Okay, tofu recipes. This was one of them. It was like an Indian tofu scrambly thing. This was pretty nice. What's this? Korean soup. This is pretty good. What's this? Korean tofu with spicy. Wait, there was a tofu recipe here where it's just like basically just like tofu blended, so you get more protein in your pasta, which is quite good. I haven't found like a good just recipe that's. I got Mapo tofu here too. This might be the one. This might just be the one, to be honest. This might be the one. What you just said, I can't say it. This sounds good too. This sounds good. You can see my subscriber. 186, guys. 186. We're giving it right now. Yeah, this bad boy here. It does look good. It looks kind of a pain in the ass, though. It looks kind of a pain in the ass. I don't like silken tofu very much. I'm vegetarian, yeah. So the Mapo tofu, I wouldn't have the pork or whatever you use to cook in it. This does look good. 5 minute? I mean, if it's 5 minutes. I don't love silken tofu though, if it is silken. I prefer like the likes. I prefer other. Do you like paneer? I don't mind paneer. I don't think it's as nice as people think, but like it's good. Like I'd have paneer for curry or something. What's this? We don't see the build up though. I feel like we needed the build up. Wait 1 sec. This is this doesn't strike me as a sincere celebration. It's like he's pretending to be a football fan. This is like tell AI to celebrate. Yeah, I don't believe it. I thought I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Wait for the chant.
Yeah! Holy shit! Yeah!
Heretics lost to only number 3 seeds. I fucking love this team. In only 0-2 fashion.
Where's the chant?
Let's fucking go!
There's no chant. There was no chant. I didn't hear a chant. Okay, right. I'm gonna run an ad, and I'm gonna be right back. I can get a protein shake or something to eat. So I'll be right back, and then we'll watch what we're watching now. 5 hours. I got an hour to watch. We've got an hour to watch MIBR get shit on. Right. I'll be right back. Is anger at their mistakes was real? Okay. Maybe that was real. Right, I'll be right back. have to drink this. Jorkin. I am jorking it. Jorking off. Right. 6-man roster. Let's go. Right, I need to drink this though. Am I able to just pretend I'm watching the pistol round, but secretly I'm just drinking the drink the entire time? Have you guys seen this as well? This nonsense? What's this nonsense, by the way? What is this? The 4 Brazilians at the event. The 4 Brazilians. What's happened? What happened to our glorious country? What happened to my man here? My #1 player on my list. They were Teo merchants. Bro, Teo didn't have any relevance on Aspas going 130 ACS. Thinking that Teo is the difference between this and not this is not the answer. I'll be... Okay. Maybe you're onto something. I did note that MIBR play 1-4 a lot on attack. And playing 1-4 with Teo is not bad because you can always then... Your XX are too strong with Teo. That, like, it's fine to be obvious. Maybe there is a narrative there. It's a bit of a niche narrative, and it's not the narrative you're making because you're a noob, but an expert like me who knows the game, I can make these claims. So maybe there is something about that. Get an ad blocker. I should get an ad blocker. That's good. That's a good idea. Let me write that down. Okie dokie. Why is there no map? Wait, did they get map 2 removed? The Brazilians got map 2 removed? They didn't go to the press conference and they got map 2 removed from the VODs. I can't believe it.
But, like we said,
Jesus.
we have a Reina hover.
Luckily, I don't think I got time for map 2. So... And I'm going to set my alarm for...
I'm going to stand by that one. All right. Honestly, MIBR, there's no way they're switching anything up. Team Liquid, though, that is where my eyes are going to. How they're going to find answers to deal with Osbos's
Wait, I don't want it to go off in 10 days. I want it to go off today. Okay.
To not be the one to flex off of anything right here with Penny in the line. You can't. Unfortunately, give it up. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't have 5 Vipers. That would make me very happy though. I'm a big Viper fan. So
okay, so I can watch some of this map, but I ain't watching the second because it would be difficult for me. I haven't got time.
Taking their time though.
They are taking their time, and this is what I want.
What is this? I'm joking. Of course, I know that there's a second map.
Does this mean, I mean, with Harbor locked in, does that mean no Killjoy on this map? Because that would leave a ton of holes.
The second map was more interesting. Second map more interesting. Sarah made the call.
I'm expecting them to bring out more of that deadlock purely because we saw them struggle and them being MIBR again.
We're watching Team Liquid. We're analyzing their sunset.
see him.
I like this hoodie. Where can I get this hoodie? Why does it look? It looks different than the other hoodies from before. What's on the back of that hoodie too? I don't know. Maybe I should ask someone to get me one.
Pistol round here in Toronto.
Why is Minnie and his chat talking about farts? A Blavakovan player. Blavakovan. It's a fair question from the Blavakovan ex-player. Okay, so we've got Orb top A to help take control. But does this Orb actually do anything? I'm gonna... How much do I speak? Yeah. It does something, but I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. It's not shite, but it's not great.
Just a staple for early sunset.
Yeah. The timing's quite cool because they don't need to smoke CT as much, so the timing of this strat is kind of cool. Like, you don't have to wait for a smoke. So get fucked, basically. Okay, we're gonna learn Sunset today, everyone. We're learning Sunset. What is the problem with what MIBR are about to do? I do like 5 pound Sunset, yes. What do we think of the 6-man roster with Penny and Serial? I think that Serial might be getting kicked. That's what I think. What do I... Balix, they are not going to play retake on A. Ding, 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 ding. That is the correct answer. Why are MIBR playing 2 people A, a Gecko and an Omen, and they're about to try and hold on a pistol round? Like, what are they doing? I mean, I guess Paranoia Gecko Flash here could be fine, but they missed the timing, so GG. Rest in peace. You ain't winning. So if for the rest of this half, I'm going to be questioning their weak side of A. What is the weak side of A, i.e. the 2A, when they play 3B? What are they doing? If they're trying to hold this every time, they are noobs and will lose this map very hard. Or they get lucky and hit shots. But they do clear out middle and have a flank. So even here, like the retake here would be nice. They got a flank coming in, they'd have people coming this way. Be a nice little retake, but instead they're dead, so. Foreshadowing. I'm hoping so. Okay, let me drink.
MIBR, they have nothing to really get through it. They do a recon. You're kidding me! Oh man, inside the poison overdrops and Nats is able to find.
Just pretend I'm saying stuff. I just pretend I'm saying stuff.
Okay, over to round 2. Team Liquid just an exchange here in B main and paint shells drawn out of Aspas. But they saw so little that they are already out of that site.
Maybe you guys write in the chat what I would be saying right now. Just say stuff and then like just entertain yourselves. Like just say things I'd say.
Unfortunately caught on the exit. Of course only had a classic in hand anyhow. So the site is all too free for Team Liquid.
Hand up the side. DL can still play that old school approach here to Sunset, falling back to B main, smoking it off, spamming the site. They have left Kiko in there. Cortesia has to step up here in market. Now it's a question of timing. The rest of his team are on the way to Boba. And Cortesia is just trying to dot his I's here, see if there's anyone in a backstab position in mid, but MIBR, no business trying to challenge it. Very much aware of it.
Matt's just happy to go hunting with.
This is where I'd kick Magnum. Yeah,
And similar to
pretty
Icebox,
good.
after the pistol round was won on attack from Team Liquid, they invest very heavily into this round 2. There they didn't have a ghost at all, actually.
Can you abuse Odin on Sunset?
Still, Bulldog, double Vandal,
Not really.
real shot.
The only thing I was thinking for a second there is, if you could spam this wall with the Odin, then you could. But I presume you can't. But if you could, you've just created a new meta. If you could spam this wall with the Odin, then you can. One sec. One sec. Let me just I got some conversations to have. Wait, why is there how I get so many messages from people? I was trying to think of a way that I could pretend message Alex about buying the Odin in the market, but I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy. So just pretend there was a little joke there about me me messaging Alex about buying the Odin. Ah, funny. You are popular. Everyone wants to talk to you. Thank you. Ooh. What are we doing here? Oh. Oh my god, it's a fake A split. Is it? Or a rip? What the fuck are Team Liquid doing? So usually when you split A, you actually split A. But for some reason, Camo is... Pardon me. Camo is solo pawn. What? I thought that this strat was going to be like, we fake this and then go here, here, and here. Because they're set up to do that. Why? What are they doing? What are these noobs doing? Why are they now going A? This is nice from Aspas and Co. They need to push out this. Ironically, their own one-way is cocking them into pushing out because they've one-wayed themselves off. Hashtag anti-one-way propaganda. Okay, so ultimately, all fine for Team Liquid. Yeah, very strange round. Very strange round, but... Aspas and Co. Honestly, it's because off the top of my head I couldn't tell you who the smokes player was. But it is Shannon. Shannon. I think is how you say it. I am Portuguese. I'm getting my Portuguese up to scratch because I go to Portugal next week. So I need to make sure that I can say Shannon. What other Portuguese words do I know? Obrigado and Shannon.
But it's a nonchalant King Verno that's able to get MIBR into the map.
Much like against Genji, Verno.
Is that why Boaster never defended the split B one way? No, it was a joke. It was a joke. I'm anti one way Sunset a bit, a little bit. It was mostly a joke though. Verno was a hero this game.
The most unlikely of unlikely heroes for MIBR, for Brazil, for the best team that they've got in the scene right now.
Funny, he kind of threw people off in some of his press appearances early in Americas. This is more nonchalance, like he didn't seem to care much. I think he was really misunderstood, and you see his like more low-key approach to the game means that he can get onto these high-pressure situations and actually shine.
I wonder what actually happened with Verno on NRG. Because let's be real. I don't think truths were being told.
Whereas the rest of his team have
Hashtag stirring.
The vibes were so far
Surely there was something more going
and
on.
it's just felt so great for MIBR throughout their entire America's run. It's just only in Toronto here that we're seeing them, you know, a little bit more sad, I would say, with some of the results that they're having.
Like NRG just thought like they didn't expect him to go to a different team and do well, I guess, like immediately. So like they could just you just kind of bullshit it, right? Like that's what most orgs will do. Like you don't really want to
Putting it lightly there, but
talk too much really about those things,
strat that Team Liquid brought out.
because you end up in like a shit throwing contest. Look at the one way. Oh bro, look at the one way. What a beautiful one way. Look at it. Look at it. Look how good it is. To be fair, the orb is used to this orb is basically used to stop you from coming down here. And to be honest with you, I don't know why MIBR think that playing in front of an orb is a good idea. So yeah, a bit newbie from MIBR. Yeah, I heard that Verno actually punched FNS. The stream oh, I need to change my stream title. Okay, one sec. That's good. That's good. That's good analysis right there. Restream. What is the time? I got 30 minutes or so. Update title. What is this? TL versus MIBR. Okay. Thank you. To be fair, I haven't given mods access to do that on YouTube yet. Verno and Sayonara get on well? Well, who did Sayonara punch? Who did Sayonara punch? Okay, despite that opening pick, what did Team Liquid do wrong? They're just slow. Okay, I'll talk about this. Doing this smoke means that you are not threatening anything top middle. So we would often do this smoke in these situations to threaten top middle. Like no one from this side needs to come and help because this side can see everything, if that makes sense. And now this side gets a free smoke to rotate through. Whereas if you smoke here, they cannot rotate through it comfortably, and then someone over here might have to come help. So this smoke is, I think, a little bit shit, kinda. What it is good at doing is stopping, obviously if you smoked here, that you could just get peaked on timing through it, but I'd rather risk that. And this smoke also allows them to walk through it and just run down middle. And to crunch you. Which is quite nice from MIBR, to be honest with you.
Clutching against one of the all-time clutch gods in that back-to-back.
Set up by this early engagement. Camo ends up going quite low. In fact, there are two players that die to a shock dart in this position, but Verno wants to fight instead of use that util.
Sayonara is punched. Okay, one sec. One last time. Sorry, one last time before we continue this review, because I forgot. One last time. Where are we at? Where are we at? YouTubers. L Cryptics. Giga Chad, cool guy with the 50 gifted. What do you think of the possible map picks, PX and T Liquid? I plead the fifth. My love for shit food always get in the way of my abs. Indonesian summertime tofu. What's this? Local soybeans. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get local soybeans from Indonesia. You've piqued my interest though. No, this is fine. Although this might be for the anti-eco. Okay, right, back to Twitch chat.
Kiko, who's been arguably the sharpest shooter in this server. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there.
Are you helping with Team Liquid with anything? I'll tell you after the tournament.
Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it.
I'll tell you after the tournament.
Fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there. Warning shot. Brazil, you have to get off the line as the relay bots come in. This will allow TL to slowly scale up into halls. Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it. Fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site.
So they are playing retake this time, but they're not doing anything.
Arguably the sharpest shooter in this server.
Like they're just playing flood rotate. Like if they're gonna play this way, I'd prefer them to just set up. Like this, they can still play here. I don't know why they're not.
Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
Like the composition they have doesn't stop you from playing here. If anything, it's better to play here because this orb exists, and they can't flash you easily, and they can't stun you easily. So I'm confused why we're gifting so much space.
Kiko has much competition there.
Oh, it's because Artson wants to play with the Outlaw, I guess. And then we just rotate through CT and then play full retake. No, nothing fancy. A little bit of an attempt to make something happen from Aspas. Like a nice little double up on short. Oh, he saw him. Camo saw him.
But it looked like he was so locked in under God's cover.
That's awkward. Camo gets away with it. How? 3 players for MIBR here on Link, and they're going to go for it. Artising the Herald gets on in there, but now Hunter's Fury comes straight through. Panatek trying to light them up as they get on in here. Serial going to be outdone by Kurzi and the Guardian. Artising finally finds.
It's a good flash. Nats hits that. Look at this. He's paranoid. He hits that. Okie dokie. Okay, I guess a nice retake. I mean, they didn't have the best guns on Team Liquid side. I think this is a big death here. The irony is that it was there. This Viper Wall's kind of fucked Serial a little bit. Serial has to play in front of it, but then they kind of just pushed him. If I'm Serial, I want to stay alive there. Like, obviously he wants to stay alive, but I think he should be looking to stay alive longer there. He doesn't want to be the first person to die. Like, it's pretty bad.
Now look at the state of the ultimates for MIBR, as Team Liquid are in this with their next full buy. Showstopper, Hunter's Fury. Very dangerous.
Both exits from mid are trapped.
Great shock dart. That's going to allow Camo to maybe push up as that top cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to go for these deep wrap site executes using the Neon to get through, you know, one of the other sides.
There's a timing. There's a timing for Verno here through spawn. Spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it even further. There's a timing for Verno.
Using the Neon team shock dart. That's going.
Do you remember how I said that there is a way to abuse teams that overcommit here?
Going to allow Camo to maybe push up as that top cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to.
I do quite like MIBR's reaction here. I don't mind it. Doubling up B main. They don't win this fight though.
The Neon to get through, you know, one of the other sides.
There's a timing. There's a timing for Verno here through spawn. Spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it even further.
Like, Serial has done very well there. He doesn't know spikes there though, I don't think. And then Nats gets the timing here. Okay, both teams playing quite well this round, I think.
He's the kryptonite of the champion of old. Drop down to 4 with that spray. Hunter's Fury though has been developed.
It's going to be red light for the spike gets tapped. Team Liquid wanted to bait this out. We still have Aspas in B main. Oh, that connection was close. Aspas is a little bit weak, and he is biding his time. Team Liquid, they would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling encircled in sight.
What?
They would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling.
He just fucking shoots him straight through a smoke. Okay.
Pure Spam Vern only had 3-4 HP. That kind of devastating. Vern could still have been such a threat from that Boba position. Camo still watching for it, but the moves like he remain and market respectively. Shannon wants to head up towards Boba. Camo is stuck on that line. It's going to be a tough fight for him to win. Aspas gives himself away now. Great paranoia for Shannon to get him, but Aspas has dealt with.
That's what I didn't expect him in the corner.
Oh, we need space somewhere. Let's fight B main, but Serial going 1-for-1 there is huge.
Low buy on defense.
On account of look at their economy.
Doubling up elbow as a reaction to this warp.
They were on a multi-round win streak and they have nothing to show for it.
Drone to clear middle and then just be exec. I mean, they should be fine. Sans eco. Kind of boring. Is there anything interesting this round? You can Odin spam this. It's kind of cool. I think if you're Odin spamming this corner though, from here, you are probably just dead, aren't you? Like you just get spammed. Like 3 people just immediately shoot you. So I don't think it would work. You can also Odin spam, I guess, through here, but it's not that. You wouldn't do that, would you? That orb creates so much pressure. I kind of.
Play it safe. Alright, now we can get the spike down.
I think Viper's very good on this map.
A recon to try and set him up. Show from his nuts. Happy just to play out in the open by main. Doesn't see going across. Reveal finding with their serial kill with him comfortably. Stinger and Sheriff now go for it for MIBR. Group down. That's going to go looking punished for that.
I think it. The wall orb combo to me seems odd. But I guess that they really just love doing strats around these parts of the walls. Like they do stuff like that. They might do something cheeky like that, and then they might do things like this. So I guess like that's probably their argument for having the wall like this. But the combination of the two seems a bit odd to me. What wall do I prefer? I'm not gonna speak Sliggy because I don't want to speak too much about Team Liquid. I think that in isolation, the wall and orb are good pieces of util. I think I have a different understanding of like this line here. I think that this line here is slightly overrated. I don't think it's that big a line. Like I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it is nice to be able to lurk up though for sure, and it is nice to beat the one way. But I don't necessarily think this line is much different than playing this line personally. This wall, yeah, I don't really see much difference between this wall and just doing the other wall on A. If you know what I mean, like I don't see the biggest difference between just doing like that wall, which also allows you to do the shit you want through the one way, and stops this line, I guess. Anyway, so I don't really, yeah. And then I think I would test B-sided stuff too, to be honest with you. It depends what comp you run. I think if you're playing Cypher comp, you don't have to have the A wall, but you would need very good protocols around re-clearing A. Like, I don't think many teams have good re-clear A protocols, and obviously the wall is more sustained pressure. But if you think about it like Split, like imagine on Split you had Viper Cypher and you just used the Viper stuff on B, you would put your Cypher on A, right? I would see it the same kind of thing where like you put your cage probably at the top somewhere and you can go through and re-clear if you want to or something. Or like early round you put your camera somewhere, I don't know. So I could see some stuff on B working too, but I think B's weird because I don't think people really understand B side of the map very well. There's a lot of obsession with this part of the map. For some valid reasons, but I think also overkill reasons, to be honest.
This is
I think that I think this wall though, I think it doubles up nicely in post. That's true. I do like this part of the wall. I do like this part of the wall. I don't love this part of the wall personally. I don't love it. I think it almost helps the defense on the post plant a little bit. But this part of the wall, I give a big tick. Big tick for this part of the wall. Yeah. There's no chance that Sliggy wants Team Liquid to win today. Not a chance. Surely. He doesn't build a fucking train by hand. A handmade train. Conducting it to Toronto. And then wants... Like, you think he cares about money? Like, oh no, the people that pay me. That, like, surely. Surely he's a bigger man than just money. You think Team Liquid? You think he'd give a shit about Team Liquid if they didn't give him money? Come on. Come on. He wouldn't build them a train. He wouldn't build them a train unless they paid him.
Able to fight back here for MIBR. They waited on this ability to buy back into the game. It's a costly one for them. But Verno once again delivers the death blow. 3 kills.
Sorry, I missed this round. What's his Viper ult? So basically MIBR's reaction, it seems like they're very afraid of this Viper util, so they go Cypher A. Well, there's two things here. MIBR are pretty bad at understanding how to do stuff on the A side of the map, and then they're not playing good retakes. Like, they got kind of lucky in that retake. So maybe that's their decision now to run maybe Gecko ult into the retake, play Cypher passive, go for some cheeky kills. I can't be 100% sure what the reasoning is. Team Liquid doing a fake, and then they're using it to go B. And then the fake is quite nice because it opens up the opportunity to get a clean Viper ult down somewhere. Nice recon is the back of the site. I quite like that. And the Viper ult is very good at, yeah. So this is one of the, again, like, it's kind of playbook dependent. I think Team Liquid have a nice, like, playbook around this Viper ult, I guess, where they have rounds like this, which are like, if there was people here looking, they have no information at all right now. It kind of would cuck your exit because you don't want to Viper, you don't want to run through this wall right now, but it's good for the fake for sure. Like this does feel like a bit annoying to deal with. The Viper ult here, interesting Viper ult. It's not the best Viper ult I've ever seen, but it's not bad. Very poor Gecko ult usage from Artson. I think it's pretty poor. Anytime there's a Viper ult down, I think you need to be saving this Gecko ult for the Viper ult specifically. He needs to... Okay. He also doesn't even bother to try to path it back for him, knowing that the backside is clean, to re-pick it up and maybe get another use out of it. I don't think he's going to have time. But this is bad Gecko ult. He didn't even have people close to him to use the Gecko ult. Like, he's Gecko ulting for nothing. This is terrible gameplay. I can play better Valorant than this. Like, this is not good. This is really bad. This is very bad.
That was a great trade from Verno. That blast was early. I'm not sure if Arthur was able to get out. Okay, just spam through.
I have no clue what he's trying to achieve. He should be waiting for his teammates to use it at the minimum. I would argue that he needs to wait to clear, like, he needs to wait to get into a position to clear the ult. Use some util to take the back of the site. Use the ult from here and clear this fucking ult. I don't know how they've got away with this retake, to be honest with you. Oh, they've got away with it because Patty is being a noob. Patty should know better than this. Our win condition this round is the Viper ult. We do not need to get fancy. We do not need to put any lurks down. We don't need to do anything weird. We just need to play around the Viper ult. Patty is lurking top mid for no reason. It's a great timing. It's a beautiful timing, and he gets the kill. But that's a bad lurk. That's not contextual to the round. It's not a good lurk. The other thing I would argue is that Camo should never have committed. I think that Camo did his job here, and did not need to go through the wall. He's done his job. I think even, you know, he doesn't have the fog of war. He doesn't know what's happening here, and I know that it looks like it's hindsighting, but I can guarantee you that I think my gut instinct, if I was him right now, would be that I should run away. Yep. And then for some reason, our Viper player dies. Yeah, Verno just kills 2 through smoke. So it was beautiful from him though. Like knowing that this Viper ult, that the pocket is here, so he shocks it and spams it, is very strong. It's not the most comfortable Viper ult to play from because it has an entrance. It has 3 entrance points for the defense, and the only pocket is like not even that safe. It's very spammable. So yeah. Name a woman. Do I ever name Mari before? Have I named Mari before? I don't know why my mind always goes to J.K. Rowling every single time, and that's like the worst person you can name.
See if there's going to be quick pressure on this A side. If it's forced to be shot with this cloud, that's going to give a good opportunity for Team Liquid to cross and then double face as the smoke drops.
Yeah, not a great person.
Playing close. Shannon second guesses himself there and opts not to overextend. Rest of TL, 3 players getting a lot of map control and no one's watching from.
They're going to let Serial play on that side late. Send everyone through elbow. We have most of the...
Name a woman. I could do one better. I could do one better. A tweet about a woman. Everyone go give love to Tani. Tani's the GOAT, man. Tani's the GOAT. The reason why Fnatic have a bunch of fans is because of Tani. Tani sets up all these events for Fnatic. There's a reason why in Berlin that I didn't realize, like guys, I didn't realize that the stadium isn't always full in Berlin, like the games. But I thought it was, but obviously we're a Fnatic, so like everyone comes to watch us play, and I didn't realize that wasn't the norm. And I think it was the norm. Obviously, we had like Boaster and the players and stuff, but like, I think a lot of the fan engagement stuff is why a lot of people come to watch us play, because we actually engage with the fans. And Tiny would set up a bunch of this shit, you know. So I think I've done my feminism for today. I don't think I need to name women. Come to League? No, I am going to the gym in 30 minutes, and then I got a meeting. And then I'm watching Paper X. And then I'll be able to play League.
Was Aspas trying to get up on the box there?
Probably for the best he didn't, because it was getting spammed through.
Maybe he just second thought better of it not to.
I will play League after Paper X are done. So it will be like 11 PM.
Cameron now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned fights here, and of course, blood for Halls. So TL don't have to overextend. There's no undue risks that need to be taken here. Though getting chucked low with this wallbang spam. Inferno again is the one.
What's up in this round? I like this, yeah. So the wall allows you to play like a weird post plant. Like I was thinking about this the other day. Like a forward post with this. And then you also get the lurk up late to play here. I quite like this idea. I quite like it. Does it work? Is the next question.
Maybe he just second thought better of it not to. Into the side they are. Paradoya really hitting hard. Confusing here for Artisan.
It looks like it works.
Cameron now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned.
Okay, so it doesn't int your post plant if you play the post plant like this. But then if teams start to recognize that you're going to play a post plant like this, they should react differently. They should react differently. In the moment, I think MIBR would struggle to protocol this, but I think that if you're a good anti-strat team, you would adjust.
Cameron now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned fights here, and of course, blood for Halls. So TL don't have to overextend. There's no.
What's the title of my stream?
That's though getting chucked low with this wallbang spam. Inferno again is the one that puts MIBR on the board in this round. All out to the sun they go, and Patatech will end the round. It was about as elegant as MIBR could possibly be with time not on their side.
They're just thrown into such disarray, trying to work around that wall that Nats has up. Yeah, this was a miss, but again, I think for the best. Skemo immediately started spraying up top when he heard the satchels and would have died there.
Maybe a fake, yeah.
But when MIBR actually get into the site, they don't have any smoke for, you know, being thrown down elbow because Shenum was blinded up, died trying to go through the wall, and then everyone's just stuck in awkward positions. MIBR's being broken again.
Sorry, I just.
They've got a couple guardians, sure.
Do you think TH made a mistake taking Woot instead of Patty Tech? Jesus Christ. No. 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 Are we talking about the Woot that was probably the reason why they got to this position in the first place? Like, did you see how well he was playing when they had the ISO comps? And he was even farming on Teo too? Like, how can you say that? He's one of the reasons why they got to this position.
You need to dap my boy up, and you need to give him everything he asks for.
Let me know if you want to show any playoffs together. I'll let you know. I'm usually a solo guy, but I got Victoria on today, I think. Because, it depends. I need to figure out what my strategy is for co-streaming in general, because I'm only co-streaming PaperX games, right? And so, like, Victoria makes sense to bring on, because I get to clip farm Victoria. I don't know. If PaperX lose, I guess I need to figure out what am I gonna do co-stream wise. If I bother? I guess I won't bother. I guess I won't bother. And then I'll just watch, like, yeah, I won't bother. How about playoffs? Are you flaming PaperX? I can't believe Billy thinks that EMEA is good. It's mental. To be fair, we can still win this tournament. We can still win this tournament pretty easy. The backside flood. The backside flood has been good. It's been good even with classics, apparently. Something I'm keeping in mind. It's really Nats wins this.
Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line.
Inferno.
Here's it down. Here's it down. Fine.
Man, that would put him up there.
Who's this? Is that Little Raina? Raina's sister. I thought... Does this suit Raina? I thought Raina was a bit of like a... I was about to undo all my feminism. I thought Raina was a bit like a bit of just like a cold person. I didn't think she'd be like... The rift is cooling, we got to the court. No, I can't play until later. Guys, you can come and bully me when you want, but I can't play until later. I can commit to League after PaperX. After PaperX. I'll write it down. It means it's true. And it'll be like 11 PM, I think. Maybe 10. They don't listen to you anyway. Yeah, but I know they don't listen to me, but at least I can watch their games and pretend that I do something. You know what I mean? Like, that's quite fun. Isn't she super cool because somebody killed her sister? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I guess that would make sense. You got me. I mean, he's kind of got me.
What is that? Just spray through the smoke?
I mean, they challenged the 1-1.
No, I mean, like, I'm not laughing. What I mean though is like, you've kind of checkmated me because like there's nothing I can say. Like I was almost like criticizing the lore, and then you've kind of checkmated me. I can't really argue with that logic, to be honest.
Many of them playing over towards that tiles position still.
Because like imagine like I'm laughing because like I didn't realize it was that deep. Like I thought I had the lore makers for a second, and then they just said no, fuck you. Her sister died, and I'm like, okay, Jesus, did it really need to go that far? The lore is cool. Bro, I don't know what it is. I like that Valorant has lore, but at the same time, I kind of care and don't care. to be honest.
Wait out the dizzy, throw down the cloud, and then a couple players pop out at the same time for the double face. This time it's Camo with a Bucky though. They want to get into elbow.
Is it okay to say I don't like Arcane? Is that allowed? I remember when I said I remember Kakuka trying to make me stop saying it. Arcane's not very good, guys. Arcane's not very good.
Manifest an opportunity to at least find one kill, bring us into a 3v3 for the retake.
It's not that great.
From the shadows there from Keiko.
People went wild for me for saying the music shit. Sliggy, to be honest with you, it's cold take. What music? Are we talking about the music in Arcane or the music for events? Because most of the music for events is pretty crap. It sounds like League music. Like Valorant to me, the music style should be different.
The team now.
I can't remember that Arcane music is bad too. Yeah, it's just it's League music. It sounds like pseudo pop. It's just watered down. It's just crappy pop music. It's yeah. I don't mind pop music, by the way. Don't mind some pop music. But the thing I hate most about Riot music is the choruses, the bridges and choruses are very poorly done, I think. They're like so poppy and like just bland. The music is often good when it's oh, thank you for the subs. Thank you very much. 10 gifted. Mini Flamingo. But thank you, WebDevon. But Mini Flamingo, the funniest name of the 10. Thank you very much for that. Oilers in the chat. No, I'm being a bit mean, but yeah, the music I don't love from the songs that I don't love from Riot are the ones where it's like kind of usually the song starts good, and then it goes into like a poppy bridge, and then it goes into a full pop chorus that just is a bit bland, which is a lot of Riot songs. Yeah, women skip. Shocks and Yinsu skip.
From MIBR, this is looking like
The Viper wall. I mean, I can see. Okay, I can see the logic with this wall, because of what we were saying before about this backside being a bit easier to hold. But I'm gonna give it a no. I'm gonna give it a no. Why am I giving it a no? I'm giving it a no because I don't like this part of the wall. I don't think it really does much. This part of the wall is why it's being used. And I don't love it because what does this really do that one smoke doesn't do? And then we can just use the wall for like more aggressive things. We can do that. We can disincentivize a lot more space with the wall than this. Rather than just playing Viper to bunker, which is not exactly how you should play Viper. I will not give away too much though, because I'm not.
MIBR, this is looking like a classic hit.
My ideas around Sunset defense aren't as strong,
Cypher's left in the
but
third on tiles, actually.
they're also not the same as what I'm going to see most teams run, so we'll see if they change this wall. It's good. It's very good in this moment. It's a good like if they had an anti-strat for MIBR that they knew they were going to do this, it's a good wall. A very strong wall for this. Because I don't know why MIBR are trying to run through a Viper wall. They're trying to jump up a fucking tiny choke point into a Viper wall. Not exactly the best Valorant I've ever seen. And now they're trying to rush through a fucking... like, we're in 2025, and Heretics are trying to exit through a Viper orb, and MIBR are trying to exit through a Viper wall. I was about to say these are World Championship players and stuff, but it's not. It's Aspas is the only one who has won a trophy, so that doesn't really work. But you get what I'm saying. Like, these are like elite level teams. This whole attack is one of the worst I've seen on Sunset. I mean, this is not a good start, is it? I don't understand why teams run through fucking Viper with you two. Like, it's... unless you have a comp that really can force it and you're really worried about floods. But like, why is Artson again flashing for himself through a wall? Like, shouldn't Artson be like the player baiting and then the players go and he throws a flash or something? Like, what are they doing? It's just noob, man. Yeah, I get I get what they're trying to do, but I think this is beatable. I get what they're trying to do. Okay, right, end of VOD review. I'll finish up this round and then I'm done. I gotta go gym. I'll be back later for Paper X. I will be back later for Paper X, but we'll watch this round and I'm gonna be done.
Reassume control into this A side. Expecting here that some anchoring could be recruited to
Sliggy. This is one thing I said about this team, man. MIBR are incapable. I love it when I get a read like this because it makes me sound smart. They're incapable of doing anything but 1-4-5. Like 5-0. Like, what is with, like, why can they not do anything else? I know they're low by here, so it's like, it is what it is. But why are they only doing this? Is it something to do with this guy? Is this guy the IGO? Fraud's more capable than this, isn't he? I thought... I don't get it. Yeah, I said that about their Haven. I watched their Haven as a VOD review in Americas, and I was like, they just are walking A or they're C splitting. Like, what are they doing? It's honestly like a little bit it's a bit embarrassing. I'm gonna lie. Like, again, I think Fraud is a fantastic coach, and I think there's something going on. There's something going wrong in this team. There's something going wrong. Something's not right. Something's not right. I know it's easy to say that now, but like, it was something I noted before, where I was like, they just won 405 places. Do you remember that, guys? I said that I thought they were going to be better than this. I think the exact words I said before this tournament were, I thought MIBR would play better than this. So I feel kind of justified in my criticism. Everyone thought they'd be better at this? No. What I said is different. What I said was different. What I said was, when I watched, because I did VOD reviews before this tournament of teams, I VOD reviewed their game against G2, and I watched their Haven, which is the map that they picked. And I said I thought MIBR would be better than this from this game. They even beat G2 and Haven, and after it, my conclusion was, I thought they'd be better than this. Are they playing simple because of the language barrier? Maybe. Did you step down from Fnatic because the other EMEA teams found out they were easily distracted during VODs and they employed distraction techniques? I think if you asked Fnatic players what my VOD reviews were like for it during Fnatic time, they would say that I was by far the least distracted during those moments. Yeah. I think I was kind of on it when I, God, I just don't care about you guys enough. I just don't care about you guys enough. I think they have what it takes to be an incredible team, but there's 100% a loose screw. Yeah. Okay, right. I thank you all. It's been another good day. It's been another good day. Who should I raid? Who should I raid? We consistently had like 1,000 viewers today on Twitch, and then we had like, again, almost 400 on YouTube today. 350 right now, 369. Quite nice. Althea, okay, we raid Althea. It was his birthday, yeah. Nice. Okay, right, I'll see you guys later for the Paper Rex game. Any last words? There isn't any last words. I'll be back later, so we can watch it later. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Have a good day, guys. I'll see you later. Does it let me raid?